the sessions, we need to create the notes and upload it afterwards. So it will be awesome if you could please volunteer for us.
Okay, I'll try. You will see my quick written English. So I hope
No
it
problem.
will be
No problem.
understandable.
No problem.
Yes, it does not need to be perfect. It's only important that it's understandable.
That's right. So, guys, I think I'll just come in a short. I mean, I'll just take a short break of 5-10 minutes, and I'll be back soon.
Okay. Yes, we have still time. And your slides are also ready. Hi. So you fixed your camera.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I attached an external camera.
Ah, yes. Therefore, you need the little break to get the other camera. Nice. So one thing is Mike is still not here.
Yeah, I think we are still, we are there. It's still 4 minutes left.
Yes, probably he will come in time.
Right,
And
right.
probably he's confident that he gets in smoothly.
Yeah, probably he has already checked his
Yes, perhaps
settings.
he has already checked by using a hack room. I have done this too. Ah, I see you are testing how to flip slides.
Right.
Yes. Yes, it seems that you have simply taken my and Mike's avatar images from some website from Open Printing or whatever.
So you wanted to have a better pic of yours?
No. We are, everyone is watching it on a computer screen and not on a huge
No, I think
area.
the pic which
And
I
it's
have
also
taken.
small compared to the size of the slide, so it's good enough.
Right. So basically, your pic is from our first LPC.
Yes, that's true. And I have already used it as avatar picture now in nearly everything. And in Mike's picture, I can imagine you have grabbed from Open Printing, from the
Yeah,
website.
yeah.
Yes, so no color picture of Mike, but it's good enough. And also a nice picture you have taken from your car.
No, that's not
So
my car.
I hope
I
now
have.
that now you are sitting here in the conference, you have taken your cell phone and sent your car for washing so that you don't waste time.
I have put in a small, very micro mini, statement on the bottom left saying source as internet.
Ah.
Okay, so guys are joining in. I see Peter, I see Thorsten, I see Zednek.
What?
I see people joining in. So I
Yes,
see,
because now we are close.
yeah. I see Peter, I see Thorsten, Zednek.
Yes, Zdenek was, yes, Thorsten is here. Hi, Thorsten, are you hearing me? Please unmute.
I think no, I think he has joined in listen only mode.
Yes. It's a headphone and not a microphone symbol.
Right.
I see it now.
So Thorsten and Peter, I guess it will be better if you can join in with the other option as well, so that in case you have something to question, if you want to ask anything, you'll be able to. Otherwise, it's just listen only mode. So where you will
Yes.
not be able to speak.
Yes, we have given you your free speaker ticket so that you participate here talking with us. Michael Sweet is still missing.
I'll just drop in a mail to Mike.
Yes, because he's the first one to present here.
I dropped him a message. Okay, we'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes more to see to have with more people to join in. Somebody might be facing some technical glitches, so let's give them a few minutes of more time.
Yes, yes. And also Michael Sweet, our first speaker, is also not arrived yet. And without him, I think it's not good if we already start.
In case Mike faces a difficulty, maybe we will have to swap one of your sessions with that of Mike's.
Yes, yes. I hope there's no one from the outside who is who is moving, zapping between the sessions, and then is missing something when we are changing the order of our sessions. So we have a little bit of time. Thorsten, would you present yourself?
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes, yes, I hear you. Welcome
Okay.
to the Open Printing Club. Welcome as the new Debian printing developer.
Yes. Oh, you already said everything about me. I'm a Debian developer and I'm now maintaining the printing stuff in Debian. I took over from Odex and I'm very new to this. So I'm happy to meet you all today.
Hey, Thorsten, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Vic.
Nice to meet you here too, and I hope we will have such a great collaboration as we had with Odux the time before.
I try my best, yes.
Yes, yes. I've already seen you
Okay.
have did already a nice reading through the bugs.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we can
Michael
start
Sweet
in.
is here. We can now start
Right.
our session. And so a week you can start now with the introduction.
Sure, sure. So first of all, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you from whichever part of the world you are in. Thanks for joining in. So yes, our micro conference is always special because it's mainly revolved around some core people from the printing industry, and I'm glad that this time we have even mix of distribution from all the segments. From We have people from Google, we have people from Debian, we have people from Red Hat, we have people from Ubuntu, and a mix of other folks as well. And of course, we are very glad to have Mike and Till in this micro conference. So again, thanks everyone for joining in. I'm sure that today we are going to have a couple of rounds of good discussions on a couple of important topics in the printing industry, which are going to change the way we all are printing, as of today. So before starting in, this is just an introduction session, which of a short introduction session to just take you through what we are trying to talk about in today's conference. As you know, open source printing has always been about making printing easier for all of the people who are currently printing. So this is one of my favorite images, and I try to use this image in all the LPCs or wherever we talk about open printing, or open source printing. It's not a print related image. It's about a self-driven car, So that is what we are trying to achieve in printing or scanning through whatever measures we try to do. So we have always tried to make things simpler, easier, and that is why we got rid of the process of installing drivers. So now the users doesn't have to install driver from a website. So it's as simple as your thumb drive. You can just plug in your printer and you can print or scan. So that has always been our aim, to make things simple and easier, and we will strive towards making it a more fun ride. So today, the first two sessions will be from Mike on two very important topics, that is about CUPS 2.4 and 2.5 and CUPS 3.0. CUPS is going to be a very important discussion because, as you know, currently we are having two different versions of CUPS. One that is, from Apple, and the other one which has been forked from that version, and we are having our own open printing version of CUPS, where we are trying to work on the updated features or the bug fixes so that it can be improved on. And currently, or most of, or rather almost all the Linux distributions are taking this version of CUPS, that is open printing version of CUPS. uh, Secondly, the next three sessions about print management, GUI, common print dialog backend, and printer scanner driver design and development. These three sessions will be taken up by Till. We have a couple of interesting updates, especially with respect to common print dialog and the GUI part. Some developments have happened in these areas, so we'd like to take you all on, with regards to these sessions. And last but not the least, there is a session from Bhavna. Bhavna was our GSOC student this year. So she was working, she was mentored by Mike, and she worked on scanning in Paper. There are some significant developments in this area as well. So Bhavna will take us through that. So it's going to be an interesting discussion. I would not like to take up more time in this, rather hand it over to Mike. But before that, just setting up some ground rules. So we have slot timings and sessions. So just in case if we forget about the time or while speaking, while discussing, so my nice ugly bad face will come up, and I'll try to put up these kind of notes where so I have couple of them. So the first one is a reminder for 5 minutes. The second one is a reminder for 3 minutes, and there is another reminder for 1 minute, and the last one is time's up. So I'll be the I'll keep the time, I'll check on the time, and I'll keep on reminding the speakers about the time when it is very close to completion. And thanks to Zednek for keeping the notes. So with this, I will hand it over to Mike to take it from here.
Yes,
So
and
Mike,
with the time, it's also important because once we want to do the other sessions, and the other thing is there can be people participating in Linux Plumbers. They go to one micro conference, listen into a session, then to another, zapping around between the micro conferences. And when they come to us, they want to get the session they expect. So
right.
Mike, now it's yours.
Okay, let me see if I can allow the camera. Okay, can you see me?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we can
So
see
Mike,
you.
I'll make you the presenter.
Okay.
Yeah. So can you see if you can control the slides?
Let's see here.
Yes, on the lower left, click on the plus sign,
Okay, here we go.
and
Yep.
then opens a pop-up menu and choose your presentation. Yes, now you have
Okay.
done it correctly.
All right. So we're going to talk a bit about cups, and while I'm going to have a little bit of information for people who are called in here about what we're doing. There's a bunch of things that we need to talk about, decide, because going forward, we need to make sure that we have the resources and infrastructure in place to keep this going forward. So I'm going to start off here. The basic agenda. I'm going to talk a bit about who's running the show with CUPS right now, and then go through CUPS 2.4, which is about to go into beta, CUPS 2.5, which will be the final 2.x. It'll have some more stuff, and we'll talk about that. And then 3.0, which is the big transition, getting rid of the printer drivers, all that stuff. So CUPS 3.0 is the long term. CUPS 2.4 and 2.5 are shorter term. So many of you already know this, but like I left Apple at the end of December in 2019, and after I left, there were a grand total of 3 changes committed to the Apple CUPS repository, and there were hundreds of pull requests and bug reports that went unanswered. And I did a whole lot of pleading and prodding to my old manager at Apple, and after about 9 months, we decided that things weren't going to move along. So in September, I talked to the other open printing maintainers, and I said, I think we need to fork, and would you support this and all that? And everybody was very positive about it. So I went ahead and I created a fork, and then split that off in the GitHub repository. So we're actually an independent project from Apple CUPS. We're not treated as a fork anymore. And we restarted development, and in a matter of a couple months there, we've had quite a few changes and fixes go in, and did 233 OP1 and 233 OP2 bug fix releases, and those took care of all the outstanding issues that had accumulated over that year. And then this spring, Apple contracted me to get back involved with CUPS development, because I think they saw what was happening, and also that they were having trouble keeping up on things. And so I've been merging the bug fixes that we did in open printing back into Apple CUPS, and that's going to be part of the upcoming macOS. I forget the name they gave it. It's not, maybe it's Big Sur. I can't remember. Anyway, the next macOS release has this in it, and then there will be one more subsequent release after 2.3.5 that will have some other changes in it. But my involvement with Apple will be wrapping up by the end of this year. But their focus is slowly on doing bug fixes to CUPS 2.3x. They aren't interested in 2.4. So effectively, open printing is now leading CUPS development, and we should just decide that that's the way it is, and move forward. All right, so right now we're very loosely organized. There's half a dozen core developers that regularly do pull requests, contribute code, do packaging on various Linux distribution, and I'm doing my very best not to become the benevolent dictator of CUPS again, because that's not a good long-term solution. And honestly, there's other things I want to work on. So, as far as an organization, open printing and deciding what we're going to do with CUPS, we can do the loose consensus and all a bunch of equals, deciding what's the direction going to be of this software that we all depend on, but it's not necessarily the optimal solution for the day-to-day management of the CUPS project itself. And it's important to note that CUPS itself is no longer this monolithic provide everything solution that when I first started Cups out, I had to include everything, including GhostScript. And now all those pieces are split out into several other projects. Cups filters is an important one. And Scoot and Print and HPLIP and so forth. So we need open printing to kind of take the broad view of what to do for printing in general, and then we need to define some leadership structure within the Cups project in particular, so it's a little easier to manage, because I think for any one person this is a little overwhelming. So I figured this out. It's been 23 years since I did the first alpha release of Cups, and I've basically been doing all of the releases since then. And as rewarding as that is, it's not something that can sustain itself. I'm just not available to do that. So my proposal, and we can discuss this obviously, is all of the core developers that are maintaining Cups for their distributions and everything have the requisite skills to be a release manager. And I've got another slide after this that describes the role here, but basically to take on the management of a single minor release. So you're looking at about a year of development to incorporate any new features and bug fixes and so forth for that release. And then once that's out, just doing every couple months a patch release that has any bug fixes that are accumulated. So fairly lightweight responsibilities. And because we normally have one feature branch and one maintenance branch going at all times, for like right now we have 2.4 is in development, and if we needed to, we could do fixes on the 2.3 branch. We've got that structure so that we can keep things going, and going forward, I think it's still important. It's worked well over the last 23 years, and I think it's important to keep that momentum. So if something were to happen to a developer that they weren't able to continue to be release manager, we'd have somebody already involved in the process that might be able to take over or fill in as needed. So any questions or comments so far?
So your thought is that, for example, the first release will be, for example, managed by me from Ubuntu, the next by Thomas from Debian, the next by Zdenek from Red Hat, and so on.
Yes. All right, and so let me just go on the next slide here, and this, obviously we can talk about this and tweak this, but I look at the role here for release manager. You're basically responsible for one feature release, minor release milestone in GitHub, and you coordinate with the developers to incorporate bug fixes and features, reviewing pull requests, that sort of thing. And if you've got a bug fix in your feature release and it applies to the previous the previous feature release, the current stable release, then you coordinate with the release manager for that train to say, okay, as an example, once 2.4 is out and 2.5 development has started, if there's a bug fix that's going into 2.5, it should probably go into 2.4. So you just coordinate those fixes between the two branches. And then we get emails, when things break, you break the build. We're testing builds on 2 different Linux architectures, plus Mac OS, plus Windows for the Windows tools. So anytime somebody commits something and it breaks, it shows up, whether it's been pushed onto a main branch or it's part of a pull request. So that is useful information, so you can say, okay, we need to fix this, or we need to work on this if it's in a pull request. but it's fairly straightforward to do that. And then there's a script in the source directory called make source dist that handles creating the tarballs and signing them with GPG, and then you can post the announcements up on the website, which is hosted on GitHub. So all these things, it's if I look at the amount of time I spend just doing this sort of stuff and not any development or something, I might be looking at a couple hours a week. It's really not a huge time commitment, and it's something that allows things to keep going, and we can set a schedule and keep people to that. And if things miss, then they get pushed to a later release. So yeah, I think it'll be important going forward that we can kind of coordinate our feature releases with when different Linux distributions are rolling out their new feature releases, so that we can make sure that like having a stable release of CUPS 2.4 before February or something, so that we can make sure that the next long-term support version of Ubuntu has it in there, for example. And same for Red Hat, and the same for Arch Linux, and name your Linux distribution. It'd be good so that people can follow along, and we don't get the situation where we have a 10-year-old version of CUPS still being distributed when it could have been synced up, so at least you're within a couple years, because that has a negative effect on people supporting things in CUPS, and also finding issues, because we've had some bugs in the past that are in a really old version of CUPS but weren't reported or discovered until like something in CUPS 1.3 didn't get discovered until CUPS 2.0, and that's the sort of thing we'd like to avoid, having those kinds of bugs. And the last bullet on there, just a note, it's not the release manager's job to do all the coding. We're not asking, okay, this is going to be Till's version of CUPS for 2.5, and this isn't going to be whoever's version for 3.0. It's this is just a manager's role, and it's really a light management. We're not a full on. I'm just sitting back and letting everybody else do the work, but you're also not putting yourself into the middle of it and doing all the work. So
it's important is that there is someone who will do the coding. Otherwise, you are presenting here these nice ideas, especially of the 3.0, and no one will code it.
Right. Well, and it's one of the things too. If I'm going to devote more time to doing certain development myself, it's helpful if I'm not also then keeping track of all of the other changes that are going in, and prodding people, hey, I need this fix, or spending time doing review on things when I could be coding. So there's always this give and take with this kind of a position, and I think it's important that we don't overload one person with all of the work. So any other questions or comments here? Avik, if you're talking, I can't hear you. You must be on mute.
Avik, we cannot hear you.
I think he's going out and going back in.
I just wanted to say, Mike, it is a good idea. I would like to try that release manager role, but it will be the first time I'm doing something like this, because on system config printer it doesn't have such issue. There aren't so much issues, so I haven't had such experience yet. So if you are okay, if I write email about something and I will ask you about something, then it's okay for me too. So
Oh, absolutely. This isn't just you're all on your own. This is you're basically taking care of of this release branch, but it's a matter of, if there's something that you're not sure, you bring in other developers or other managers to say, hey, wait a minute, they got this bug fixed, but this doesn't look right, or I'm not sure about this, or I'm not sure if this is something we want to include right now, and then we can have that conversation. It's really meant to be just, this is to handle the day-to-day normal stuff, and then if it goes beyond that, then we have a larger discussion so that everyone is able to participate, and there's no surprises like, oh, we put this code in here and it's caused this major problem someplace else, and why didn't anybody bring this up? And we want to communicate, and with experience, some of the day-to-day stuff may be unfamiliar at first, and then once you get experience with a few pull requests or a few bug reports, then it becomes something more normal for you, and then you won't necessarily have to reach out as much. But it's like, if you wanted to say, be the release manager for the 2.4 patch releases, for example, which might be a fairly lightweight way to get into this. I'm absolutely available to mentor you or anyone else when it comes to this role. It's more just a matter of making sure that the responsibility is divided up so that no one person is stuck holding the bag.
okay, thanks. I will write email to you, and we can make some arrangements.
Thanks,
Excellent.
Zdeněk. It's also nice that you do the start. The first one is, one thing is that I will have to release CUPS filters 2.0 and finish the retrofitting of the driver. So I'm currently rather busy, but I think I would be well to then do the 2.5, the release manager of the 2.5.
Great.
Right. So am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Or Mike, should I better be the one of 3.0?
Okay, so I think this is a wonderful idea from Mike to have a governance in process. So because if we are going to maintain CUPS, to the fullest, we should have a governance and a release manager role. But Mike, just one thought, like say if somebody observes some problem in CUPS, which has been there in the earlier versions as well. So what should be our recommendation to log the bug in both Apple Radar bugs and in open printing?
So generally, I think for sure, like for what the code that we're putting out, we want it logged in open printing CUPS. When it comes to something that might also apply to Apple CUPS, we can certainly let people know, hey, and this also applies to Apple CUPS, so you might want to report it there. But my feeling is that based on the past year and a half and more, actually almost 2 years now, and the relative lack of responsiveness And I know a certain amount of it is because of COVID and people aren't in the office and they don't have the normal nagging from a manager to say, hey, are you checking up on this? But I also know that cups isn't the first passion of most of the current engineers working on the printing team at Apple. And without going into too many details, the printing team is also responsible for AirPlay, SharePlay, and a bunch of other HomeKit and a few other networking technologies at Apple. And they got given that because AirPrint was so successful. And well, if you can do that with printing, you can do it with anything, right? And so the team is kind of divided up on that. And so the resources available for printing have been reduced, though I think to a certain extent, a lot of the printing issues are solved, if you will, not optimally, but the resources are being diverted into other projects. And so you have both people who their first love isn't open source and maintaining cups and have other responsibilities. It's hard to get people to focus on fixing cups bugs. So I think if people start filing bugs on Apple cups, especially once I'm no longer contracted with Apple, they're just going to accumulate, and I don't think they're going to get dealt with. So I would say let's focus on getting people filing bugs on open printing, and if there is a bug that comes across that's serious or whatever, I can take the responsibility to forward those to the manager and responsible for printing at Apple, and Rich Blanchard, and then he can do with it as he will. Yeah, even being contracting for them, I'm not getting a lot of feedback or responsiveness. Here, I provide them with a drop. Here's the bug fixes, and they'll integrate them, but that's about it. So I think it's more important for us to focus on what we're doing, and what Apple's doing is what Apple's doing, and if they decide to follow, great, but let's just move forward.
Yes, the master is open pointing. So the first adders to report bugs, to make suggestions, feature requests is open pointing, and there you will get answered, and we will work on it. And Apple will perhaps simply take what we are delivering.
Right.
And otherwise, Apple has to do like Microsoft does WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. Then Apple can do MSL, and then Mac users can print too.
Yeah, I don't really think that will happen, but from some of the discussions I've had, there's been some talk of taking more of what is used on iOS, which is also cups, but it's just the cups libraries with another spooler that I wrote. That I've written so many spoolers over the last 20 years that it's become kind of a second nature to me. But I have a feeling there's probably going to be more development that way if they actually get to do any major development, but it'll still be compatible with what we're doing. So
Puppel has also a little bit of a spooler. It's not actually
yes.
a spooler, but some things it has to. You should move it to open pointing so that all is streamlined.
Well, that hopefully eventually will happen. I still have some open issues with GitHub over that because of the whole sponsorship thing, and because the sponsorship, if I move the repository, then all the sponsorship gets moved to open printing instead of me.
So
and since I have existing sponsors, that gives a little bit of a problem.
So in GitHub, you cannot distinguish to direct sponsorships to a single repository.
Well, you can, but the sponsorships and the donations are associated with the organization or the owner of the repository, not who you would, the primary developer or anything like that. So we'll figure it out. But
Yes,
right
yes.
now, I'm
Yes.
still dealing with that.
And
'cause-
we are also working on ways to finance, to get money into open printing, and perhaps we can, together with the Linux Foundation, find an all-over solution so that sponsors and projects and everything can be connected however we want, I hope.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
would be good. I'd also, and we'll do this offline, Till, but I do want to get some of the mailing lists and administrative addresses through Linux Foundation set up so that right now for cups, security bugs are directed to my security at msuite.org. And I'd like that to be like security at Linux Foundation or something like that, or to an open
At
printing
open
email address.
printing.
So then we can manage those things collectively.
Yes, security should
Sure.
all be one address for all the open printing projects, which are there. Cups
Sure.
filters also will receive
I
security.
can work on it, Mike, and I can work with the Linux Foundation teams with regards to that. And I'll keep you posted offline regarding the community funding initiative that is going on for open printing, so
Okay,
that
good.
we can have some donations from the distro groups or all those who are benefiting from open printing to give us some donations to carry on the org in a better way. So
Okay,
I'll keep you
excellent.
posted on those.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in the interest of time, because we're burning through time very quickly here, let's move on to the CUPS 2.4 topic. So just a brief summary of what's in there right now. There's over 90 fixes and pull requests that have been merged since 2.3.3 OP2, which was the second open printing release of CUPS 2.3.3. The big new feature, we have official support for AirPrint and Mopria printer sharing, so that if you're printing from iOS, Mac OS, Chrome OS, Android, Windows 10, it all works through IPP, and you can set it up so that each of the queues advertises whatever ready media that you want, and all sorts of good information available on that. The second one, actually, I haven't pushed this yet, but there's a new authentication callback, because we have a password callback for normal sorts of authentication, and then there's an OAuth callback, and I'm currently testing that with my MoAuth software to make sure it's all working. But this allows us to have a hook for doing OAuth support and feeding that into the normal authentication callback. So I'm just getting that support rolled in there, and Till, I'll probably be sending you a request to review the pull request once that is ready to go.
Yes.
And then there's explicit container support. Till did the Snapcraft stuff, and I also want to look at Docker and AppImage and a few others in order to put cups and all the other bits and pieces that you need for printing into a container, so that you can support printing more safely. And so that's actually some really exciting stuff to have in there. For years we've had cups config, a script there to give you the compiler flags and the linker options. And for years we've also had people calling for support for package config. And so I added that, and we're deprecating cups config, and come cups 3.0 we'll remove it. And speaking of deprecations, we're also going to deprecate Kerberos support, though I'm guessing it won't be removed until cups 3.0. and the replacement for Kerberos is OAuth. And similarly, Microsoft is with Active Directory is migrating from Kerberos to OAuth. So we're kind of positioned properly with respect to other services, but there are a number of Kerberos-based single sign-on solutions on Linux that we need to make sure that we have a good story for. Here's how you migrate from using Kerberos to using OAuth in your environment, and have all the pieces in place. So it's one of the reasons we deprecate before removing, because we want to let people know. But as an organization, this is something we need to plan for, and I've got some slides for that for later. So let's defer the discussions about that. But is any questions about the changes for CUPS 2.4? Okay, so I'm close to releasing the first beta, and it really comes down to me getting the pull request there for Tilda review, and there's a half a dozen PRs and bugs I'm just going through and finishing up. But what I'd like to do, either the end of this week or beginning of next week, release the first beta, and then 2 weeks after, do the first release candidate, and then mid to end of October do 2.4.0. So we'll have the first new feature release from Open Printing out at the end of October, and then every few months there do another bug fix release to address any issues that come up. So with this, I'm guessing till you'd probably be either CUPS 2.4.1 or 2.4.2 for the long-term support for
As these
2204.
releases are bug fix releases, the 2.4.2, when it comes in March, it will also go in, because a bug fix release can't get in after feature freeze. Feature freeze is mid to end February, and the feature release you give already in October, so we get a comfortable whole cycle for testing this. And so it's no problem. It will be 2.4.2 then in the Ubuntu JJ 22.4 LTS.
Okay. All right. So after 2.4.0 is out, I'll go ahead and create the branch. And as usual, anytime we have bug fixes, then we merge them to master and to the 2.4 branch. And then I think we have our answer. Zdenek. We'll do
Zdenek.
Zdenek. Yeah, I'll get it there. So he'll take care of being release manager for these releases, and this will be probably one of the easier ones to manage as well, just because you're kind of taking over halfway through. But yeah, I appreciate it, because it will free me up for some other things here. So that's 2.4, and then for 2.5, so what's in 2.4 for OAuth is the callback, so that we can support OAuth, and then we can start actually prototyping things and making sure that everything works smoothly. So in 2.5, I split out the CUPSD support for OAuth as a separate issue, and basically this is to be able to do printer sharing, where we would normally have auth type negotiate for Kerberos. Now we want to be able to offer auth type bearer, which is what they call it for OAuth bearer tokens, and then be able to assign scopes and OAuth authorization server and all that stuff. So get that support into CUPSD so that you can configure printer sharing with it. and then also have a default OAuth callback for the desktop. And for Linux, at least, I'm guessing that a dbus API is probably the best way to avoid circular dependencies between GNOME and cups, because GNOME is linked against cups. But to be able to bring up an embedded web page on the screen and be able to go through the authorization UI that's necessary. And even, I know there is some OAuth support in GNOME already. So we might be able to use something that's already existing. But the idea here would be then, if you're on the desktop and you can connect to a dbus service to bring up this authorization, then you can do what you need to do automatically, and it's all kind of transparent to the applications, and then we actually have a real single sign-on solution, and we can cache the tokens and do all the stuff that we need to do.
Yes, and dbus goes snap to snap. This is also
Yes.
important. So
Yes.
you have no problems with snapping cups and no problems with snapping the desktop.
Right.
Or container to
thing that
container to generalize.
Yeah, good. Another thing that, and this has come up particularly with printer applications, is when you have a printer application running as a user and a printer application or cups running as root or in a container, they all end up with different X509 certificates. But to a client device, they're connecting to the same host, and so, hey, you should all be using the same certificate, and you get all sorts of unfriendly dialogue saying that this printer is trying to steal your child or steal your money, and which isn't the case, obviously, but we want to avoid those sorts of things. So I have a kind of a high level improve this issue to track, and that would be a big thing to look at supporting, because if we can implement this, and presumably with a dbus API again or something like that, then the whole situation of getting credentials and supporting TLS becomes much simpler for the Linux systems that are supporting it. So we have that, and it'd be nice if we can do more things, like with Let's Encrypt, we can do the signed certificates for regular domain names. We can't do that for .local. And how can we generate certificates that will be trusted by the devices on your network, in a corporate environment? And how can we automate that? So there may be some standards and stuff that we can use as well here, but I'm really interested in making sure that cups can handle that stuff behind the scenes and talk to whatever is going to provide those solutions. So that's that issue. And then this keeps coming up, and so I created an issue to track this, is how can we do localization in one place? Because all of the distributions are doing their own localization of cups, and Apple does its own localization of cups, and then cups tries to include localization stuff that's been contributed. So it's all kind of hodgepodge, and there's several solutions that are available of varying qualities, and that's something that we need to kind of solve, and I figured targeting it at cups 2.5 is gives us enough time to actually make this happen, but also ensure that we have good quality there, because with cups, the web interface and the library and the programs are all kind of feeding off of their own separate catalogs, and I want to try to do something a little saner in the future. And the last thing there is, if there's things specific to Docker or app image or other containers to properly support cups running on those things and have them available to applications, and if they require feature changes and not just like little tweaks or bug fixes to what we've got in 2.4, then this is the place to put them. So I think, Till, you had volunteered to be the 2.5 release manager.
I'm thinking whether it should be the 2.5 or whether I should better do the 3.0. What do you think?
Well, maybe let's discuss once we get to 3.0 there, but with 3.0 we may need multiple. So let's defer that discussion. I can pencil you in on 2.5, and if not you, then we'll find somebody else. But to do these sorts of things, hopefully as somebody that has some familiarity with the desktop environment and what's available on different Linux distributions for OAuth and for TLS and for localization, better than me to be kind of driving those things, and that'll let me focus on some of the lower level stuff. Okay, we got our 5-minute warning for this session.
Yes, and Zdenek, would you perhaps help us to get the system which you use for system config printer for the translations get into cups to have a better localization?
Yeah, I can try that. I had one person who said it for me. I can contact him. He is from Fedora Fedora group, so I can see what can be done for cups if that web-blade system is the system we can agree on to use.
Okay.
Yes,
if you
would be
can
great.
add some info to that issue there, just so we can keep track of that, that would be great.
Okay, I'll check the old system config printer issue about this, and if there will not be much information, I will point the guy from that system config issue to the cups issue, and maybe he will have some more information. Or I can ping him through Red Hat means, because I think he is Red Hatter too. So, okay. Noted. Thanks, Neil.
Okay. And then in the interest of time, let me just slip forward to planning. So the schedule on this would be similar to the schedule for this year. So figure a year to get everything in place for 2.5, and then start beta, release candidate, and stable releases, and kind of follow the same thing. We kind of get into this yearly feature release and then patch releases throughout the year, and we can decide if we need to keep this up, or if we get in a good spot, say with 3.0, then we can keep just doing patch releases until there's something significant. But yeah, it seems like from my past experience in previous cups releases, every couple months is usually a good cadence for the bug fixes, and every year, you can set small feature goals and get them done over like 6 months, and then start just refining and bug fixing from there. Any feedback? I think the next slide is, oh, okay. I got one more here. So one of the things, because this will be probably the last of the 2.x updates for cups, do we want to commit to doing bug fix releases for 2.5 for longer? And if so, how long? Because CUPS 1.1, we went to 1.1.23, and then we had distributions doing patch releases long after that, doing that, and we were like CUPS 1.7, and they're still doing 1.1.23.x. So I don't necessarily think we want to go too long, but at the same time, 2.5 is going to be the last with printer drivers, and 3.0 is going to be driverless. And so do we want to go like an extra year, or is there feeling in the room here for the optimal?
Yes, perhaps a year is good, but then the longer should own the crazy enterprise distro maintainers should do on their own.
As the enterprise maintainer, so we usually don't. We kind of expect that upstream will move with the releases, and it's kind of our part of the job to adjust the upstream patches to that old releases. Like we usually do the things like we try if that problem is in the latest upstream, and if it is, we report it to the upstream. But I don't think we as upstream should take into account that old releases. Like still there will be some people who will use CentOS with old CUPS, but I think we don't need to support such releases as upstream.
Okay.
Yes, and if those distros do the adapters between the old and new, things like Tim War did for the old CUPS browsing in CUPS Browsty, then it's all fine.
All right. Well, that's good. I like that answer. All right, and then the second note here is just, and we'll talk more in the second half of this when we talk about CUPS 3.0 about the coordinating all of our X509 and OAuth stuff that's going into 2.5 with 3.0. And then this last little bit, I figure we're going to need to get desktop developers involved with OAuth UI, either as a separate project with a debug service that we can talk to, or if it's something that, there is some stuff that's not super well documented in GNOME already for OAuth that maybe we can use, but it's not 100% clear. And maybe, talking to somebody who's familiar with that can say, oh yeah, you just use this API and you're done. That would be an awesome answer. But right now, I don't think it is. So if we need to do our own UI, then we'll need to have a little project that implements it, that can then be packaged up and distributed. And then we can look for it in libcups and say, okay, is this debug service available? Yes. Okay, then we're doing OAuth. And if it's not, oh well, sorry. So that's kind of the last of my stuff. This is fairly lightweight as far as feature releases go. I think the OAuth support and libcups is going to be one of the bigger things, but the other things aren't small either. It's just there's a lot of coordination with other pieces of the operating system that we're going to have to do. So we've hit our endpoint, I believe, right, Avik?
Yes, I think
That's
we
right.
can now
Right. Yeah.
transition right away to the version 3.0 of CUPS.
Yeah, so I think we're supposed to do a 10-minute break.
No, the break is after you.
Oh, the break's
After
after me.
this
Oh,
one.
Right.
Yes, there are
Right.
2 breaks.
okay. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to.
No. We just combined both of your sessions, and then we'll be having a 5 minutes break.
Okay, perfect. All right, so CUPS 3.0. And I reformatted my transition slide from the printing summit. This is what we're talking about with CUPS 3.0. We have this transition from CUPS talking to printer drivers and PPD files, as well as IPP everywhere stuff, to everything is IPP everywhere, and it's either a native printer or something going through a printer application. And you know, as far as CUPS is concerned, everything looks the same. And this is kind of the holy grail, what I've been working towards for the last 23 years. So a lot of this is kind of a summary. If you've seen my previous slides, this is gonna be pretty much the same, but we have the commands that we use today. We have a new local server that just runs as the user instead of running as root, has a domain socket or dbus and or XPC. XPC is the Apple version of dbus. Only has temporary queues that are created and destroyed, as you need them for printing. It handles the basic spooling, filtering, and rasterization. And the job history is basically limited to what you've printed recently, in order for you to see, oh yeah, my file printed, or my printer is stalled and I need to put paper in, or whatever.
And does this daemon run all the session, or does it start when you open the print dialog and stop when the job is printed?
Yes, it'll depend on the platform, but generally speaking, it should be run on demand. But in certain circumstances, certain platforms, they kind of pre-start it in order to have better performance, because there's a bigger hit in starting up this. But the idea here is a local server wouldn't have all of the CUPSD startup stuff, so it would start much more quickly than CUPSD does today. And then to go along with a local server, there's a sharing server, and this one runs as root and does the things that CUPSD normally does. It may have a domain socket. It will have TCP sockets for the rest of the world, and it only has permanent queues, so that you're creating a queue for sharing and not for something that's transient. And you can do all sorts of fun spooling stuff, holding jobs and doing release printing and other sorts of cool stuff, and accounting and authentication and the web interface and configuring it to do all sorts of things that even the creator of CUPS never intended, that sort of thing. So that's where you get your department print server kind of a setup. And then the last.
Do I need to make 2 CUPS snaps then?
Well, I think the idea there would be you have a sharing server snap if you want to do that, and then you have a local server either as a snap or as just something that's installed as part of the OS. It really depends on the distribution, how they want to package this stuff up. But the idea would be local server is what you have on every device, and sharing server is just what you install on something that you actually want to be a server.
Yes.
And then the last piece there is the CUPS library as we've got today. And it's the common piece that everything depends on. So, over the years, I have toyed with the idea of having a separate libipp or libcups or something separate from the main CUPS project. And I've resisted it just because it makes it harder to build, but we may end up getting to that point, and I'll talk about that here in a sec. So again, visually here, you have in the user level, user session, you know, you have your applications, your CUPS commands, your local server talking to the CUPS library. And at the system level, you have your printer applications and your sharing server that are actually serving up printers and stuff, and, you know, system wide as opposed to just at the user level. A little more detail on the local server. The idea here is one of the features of modern operating systems is this notion of limited access, especially to networking and so forth, because malware people have gotten so good at writing code that does things that you don't want it to do, and so you try to separate out all of the things that would necessarily require your word processor to need access to the internet or to the local network, you know, so that if somebody writes a macro because your word processor has macro support, they won't be able to go and rifle through your network and see what sorts of secrets they can discover. So your modern architecture is putting everything in containers and siloing it and preventing access. And so the idea here is when you're printing from a user application and you want to discover printers and you want to find out what media is in the printer, you talk to a service in your user session that can actually is allowed to talk to the network printers. And so it introduces a little bit of latency and a little bit of overhead, but at the same time, it makes things a whole lot more secure. So this local server is going to be responsible for that. And anytime you need to ask for a password or go through an OAuth authorization or any of that, it can also support that because it's running as the user and it's part of your user session. And then to also handle the basic conversions that you need, either going to PDF or going to raster as needed for IPP Everywhere printers. So this is kind of encapsulating everything that we do with CUPS for basic printing and putting it into this local server. And it's actually, when you do it at this kind of level, it's much simpler than trying to support the full CUPS filter chain. So we can make this a very lightweight process. And as I mentioned before, the job history is just the current session or login. You're not going to have any long-term job history. There's no web interface because there's nothing to configure, you know, aside from, you know, saying, okay, I've got a department print server at this host name or IP address, and when you're asking for the list of available printers, it will show you the list of those printers as well as anything it can discover. So any kind of configuration you do for this thing is very limited, and there's no need for a web interface or any complex management utilities. It's just a very basic service. For the sharing server, however, it's a different animal. There, it's doing all of the stuff that current CUPSD does for doing printer sharing, plus it's going to add support for some new standards, in particular the shared infrastructure extensions that I did several years ago now, that is used also for Microsoft's Universal Print Service as part of their new Active Directory Azure managed printing solutions. So we'll be aligned with what is happening in Microsoft land, and Apple's also moving in that direction. So using the 3.0 CUPS in corporate and educational environments, anywhere where you have an enterprise network, this will integrate very nicely, and you know, new printers that are supporting shared infrastructure will be able to interface with this directly. So I think we'll have a very good answer to how do I deploy Linux printing in the enterprise. So because it has all this configurability, it will have a web interface and it will have, not necessarily a cupsd.conf file, but, something very similar. And, you have the full job history, you have accounting, there'll be an interface that you'll be able to collect the accounting information, do reports, all that fun stuff. So it's basically, this is the full up job accounting, print service, access control lists, everything you would need to do in the enterprise. So any questions?
Mike, I have a question for the local server. I've met some opinions about security, like some users are afraid of using MDNS for finding printers automatically because they think their local network is not secure. So what is the answer to that? Like that's the main their main thing for having having permanent queues installed. So such people would need to install sharing server. So
yeah, I think generally
that's sorry.
Yeah, I think generally, if you're talking 1 or 2 printers, you could probably just deploy profiles that the local server could say, okay, I know I've got a printer here and a printer there. And then that's all that the user would see because MDNS wouldn't work. And then in the case where you have a larger enterprise where you're going to have dozens or hundreds or thousands of printers, you do the sharing server and then you point the clients to the sharing server with the profiles. And then you don't have to worry about DNSSD. Another alternative might be LDAP, though I haven't seen as much usage of that in recent years, but certainly we could support LDAP with the same architecture so that you could have your local server looking what LDAP server is this user connected to, and then from there list which printers are available to this user and work the same way that profiles do just through LDAP. So there's a lot of opportunities there to make this very friendly in the enterprise environment and eliminate the need for MDNS. And it sounds like maybe we want to have some way to configure it so it doesn't use MDNS because you don't want the MDNS packets even going over the network.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad that the same thing with profiles will probably be useful with printer applications too. That there is a way of defining URI which will connect to the printer application, and guys can put it into the profile and it will show in the dialog itself. So I'm glad that there is such URI for printer applications too.
Yes.
Yes, one thing is also when I have the local server, you tell that dbus will be one interface of it. Does it mean that the print dialog talks via dbus to CUPS and gets the option, sends the job and all by dbus?
Yeah, the idea is that we would be able to export a dbus API that would provide the same semantics as IPP, but would put it over the wire as dbus elements, so that you'd be able to do a dbus call asynchronously to the local server to print a file, to do whatever you need to do.
Because this gets very similar with a CUPS backend of the common print dialog backends, so that perhaps one can get there towards each other, and perhaps in the way that the print dialog that does not need a common print dialog backends, but we have an API which not only CUPS can use, but also other print technologies which we make publicly available, more or less instead of common print dialog backends, or we move these together somehow, and then we do not need a CUPS backend for the common print dialogs anymore. But the common print dialog backend for CUPS is CUPS itself,
Right.
the local server.
Yeah, and
We
I think
only
it's,
need to get the API being the same. And as
Yeah,
the
and I think
as the print dialog backends are not yet really deployed, we could also do the approach that we go the API which you are working out.
yeah, I think the idea here, we'd make sure that we could end up with something where the local server, if you're building it for a Linux system with GNOME, that we actually build it with all the user interface bits, so that it's not just a dbus server, but it also presents UI and does all the things, so that we have one executable that's handling what right now we have, like for the status monitor applets and all the other things, could all be integrated into this one program. And then it's, it just handles all the core printing stuff, and everything is in one place to package up.
Yeah, so that we get a wider scope than just the common print dialog backends, but all the interfaces which are there.
Yeah, I'm just making some notes here, so.
Yes, perhaps you have also a look at the common print dialog backends, and then we have to mix it all together to get the final thing out of it.
Okay.
Because I think it would be not a nice idea if you have the dialog is talking to one dbus module, and that dbus module is then talking to the next dbus module, which is the local CUPS server.
Yeah, I think if we can get it all in one, it would be a lot simpler. Yeah.
Yes. And if some net cloud printing provider comes up with a new nice cloud printing service, he could then take your dbus API to be another backend for his print technology, for his cloud print technology, and snap it up and put it in the Snap Store. And then the dialog sees both the CUPS local server and sees the snap of this cloud printing service if the user uses it. And then the user can print to both without extra effort on the print dialog side.
Right. Okay. So I briefly mentioned this earlier, but this is one of the things that I've been thinking about for a while here, and it sounds like we've got roughly four sub projects bundled into CUPS right now. You have the library portion that is used by everybody. Then you have the command line tools, and then this new local server, and the sharing server, which is basically CUPSD right now, and the filter chain. And if you look at how things are packaged up right now, the library is almost always packaged separately, and then usually the command line tools and CUPSD are combined, though sometimes they're packaged separately. And then I think one or two of the distributions are also packaging CUPS LPD separately, though I think we're rapidly approaching the time that won't be necessary. So if we were to split this up, it does more closely match how things are packaged, and it does decouple the server and the library, so that when we're implementing features in the library, then or bug fixes, then we can just kind of pick them up in the other projects. But at the same time, there may be things in the library that will depend on say the local server or the sharing server. So I don't know if we'd end up with, you know, a cups library 3.0 and a sharing server version 3.2. I don't know that we would end up with that kind of a disparity. But, you know, it would give us that option. Like the command line tools might not change that often. So you might still have 3.0 command tools that will work with any 3.x version of the cups library. So I just don't know at this point. You know, I think we're going to discover pretty quickly, you know, how it would work best. But if we were to split the thing up, then we have this this extra complexity, you know, for doing release management, for doing CI testing and user builds, because you have to build each of the components, you know, that it depends on in your whole, you know, your GitHub action script and stuff like that. So those issues aren't insurmountable, but it just adds to the workload. So any thoughts, opinions?
Yes, I think it's a good idea to split them up. You could really allow to do independent release cycles. You have different release. You can have different release managers, different coders. I think it's a good idea. I'm also splitting cups browsty from the rest of cups filters, so I'm going a similar way.
Okay. Any other opinions? Objections?
Currently not. I'm just processing it, and after it, if I have some objection, I will write to the mailing list. But I don't see currently no problem. But you never know.
All right, so I'll just record here tentatively.
But are you going to release them together? Because now you have to release together local server with capslib and command line tools, and then sharing server with.
Certainly, we're going to have to, when 3.0 comes out, they'll have to be synced up. And we might decide that we want to keep the feature releases synced up, but maybe you know, we'll come out with a cups library 3.0.1 and 3.0.2, but the command line tools might not need any changes, and so they'll be 3.0.0, and you know, until there's a bug fix. So you know, I there's certainly going to be some synchronization there, but you know, as to, you know, do we need to do each patch release in lockstep? I don't know that we would need to do it that tightly, but
yeah, but if you know, if you don't release them as a single package, you have problem with this version dependency. Yes, you have to track which version is compatible with.
In the library,
with
we
version.
have to use the API generation number. It's libcups.so.2 currently. It will get libcups.so.3. And when we have to bump this number, then I think then we have to sync. And
yes,
as long as we don't have to bump it because the API is not changed too much, then we do not need so necessarily sync.
But then the local server must know which libcups it needs, and libcups it cooperates. Yes.
yeah, well, like the dependencies, we can say, you know, cups local requires libcups 3.0 or greater. And if we know that there's like a security bug that was in a subsequent release of the cups library, then we could require at least that version that has the security fix in it, you know, just to force people to update components. You know, as far as the packaging systems, you know, I think think they're sophisticated enough to be able to handle that sort of dependency. And then you know, if there's a feature that you need, then obviously you're going to have to say, like, you're building a local server and you don't have libcups 3.0 or higher, then, you know, it's not going to be able to build because that's the version that we target. But if you're building a local server and then, you know, you've got 3.0.2 of the cups library installed, that should be just fine because of the API versioning and the binary compatibility stuff that's part of our coding standards. You know, any feature release, any patches to that feature release, you're still maintaining binary compatibility so that you're able to independently update those bits. But I still agree, like there's going to be times when we're going to have to synchronize and say, okay, when we come up with 3.1, the 3.1 local server is probably going to require the 3.1 cups library. But, you know, 3.1x, not necessarily 3.1.0 for, you know, local server 3.1.0 and 3.1.1 for local server 3.1.1. I don't think we need to synchronize the patch releases, just the feature release number.
And maybe just cheaper would be to have 4 components, but release always a package, yes. But you release always together local server with caps library and command line tools and other package, let's say, yeah.
But we
Sharing
also
server
don't
with
want to have a point release
know.
of the command line tools only saying in the change log bump version number and nothing else.
Sometimes it's just cheaper to have one, you know, larger package than track all the possible dependencies.
Yeah, and I think just because we split up cups into multiple sub projects doesn't mean that somebody might not just package it all up in one thing, because there are people that do that with cups filters and GhostScript and everything else to just kind of bundle it all together and say, look, here's a Raspberry Pi print server solution you can install. And
the cup,
you know,
the cup snap is also an example for these. As these interact in the file system, you have always to put a complete printing stack into the cups, into the cup snap. So the cup snap contains cups filters, and GhostScript more or less, because you cannot snap them separately. So this kind of packaging often requires that you put several things together. But for example, there can later on happen that there's a cup snap for the sharing server and a cup snap for the local server. But I'm not sure if perhaps it contains both, and the cup snap decides on startup what is the configuration, what is the system environment, whether it fires up the local server or the sharing server.
yeah, well, the idea with the local server is it's a user application, and a sharing server is a system application or system service. So in the context of the snap, the local server serves a different function than the sharing server.
Yes. The local server, it would be made available as a debug service, and so be fired up by a print dialog, and the sharing server in a snap, it would be declared as a daemon, and so the snap starts it on startup as root.
Right. All right. In the interest of keeping things moving here, so I think our consensus is we like the idea, but we want to think about it some more offline, and then we can kind of use the printing architecture list as a discussion place after all this, so that we can kind of firm these things up. But this isn't a decision we have to make today.
Yes, yes. The printing architecture list is the golden master, and I'm also, if there's some interesting discussion in the end of the month, I'm linking the discussion always into the news so that people who are missing it on the list can always discover it by the news posts.
Okay, so as part of 3.0, yeah, we've got all these features and how do we package it and everything. libcups has had a major version of 2 for 22 years, ever since cups 1.1, and we've accumulated a lot of cruft, I think would be a polite way to put it, for functions that either aren't particularly safe or don't do anything useful, or like in the case of the PPD APIs, we've had deprecated for 12 years now or something. And just trying to get rid of this stuff. So we haven't been able to remove these things because that would break binary compatibility. And we're trying not to do that. So when we go to cups 3.0, we have the opportunity to do some cleanup, and we'd have to bump the major version of the library. So that opens up some questions there, but and there's certain APIs that have gotten numbered new versions, like cups get des 2 could be renamed to cups get des and not have the old versions. And maybe we do a whole lot of other cleanup to make the naming and the usage more consistent and more appropriate for the 21st century, since most of this API stuff I did back on an old MIPS R2000A processor, an SGI workstation that was 16 megahertz or something like that, and things have changed. So we have the opportunity to do some cleanup and have something a little more modern, but at the same time, do we still want to support applications that are written for the version 2 shared library? And how long do we want to do that? And how should that be packaged and so forth? Because there's a whole lot of packages, say on Ubuntu, that depend on libcups 2 devel or libcups 2 period, and it'd be nice if those continue to work, and at the same time being able to have a newer version of the API for people to develop against. So there's different ways we could approach that. Just okay, we're just going to package the cups 2.5.13 or whatever the last patch of that would be, libraries, and put that in a package and call it a day. So I guess the discussion point here is, is this something we care about? And if so, let's decide what we're going to make the story so that we can plan for it and make it happen. And if we don't care about it, then we can say that up front, and then people can scream bloody murder or say, oh, okay, sure, great, no problem, I'll just update my code. And so thoughts?
So we only need to get the GUI people to do the switch over with us to the new generation of cups and everything, because we do not want to have the disaster of the print dialogues and the temporary queues again.
I think GUI guys don't use such old functions. Maybe my Python cups can be the one which has some cups get printers or something like that. But at least GTK use only IPP calls, I think. They create IPP request and send it to cups. So they shouldn't be so much affected. But it would be great if we had some list of such functions which will go away or will be renamed. So then us maintainers can do some stupid queries for source code and check if those functions are used, and contact the people who works on those projects to say, hey, we are going to remove these. Please migrate your code. So it would be great if we do such a thing in the advance, like create some list which functions will go away, and do only some simple grep check on code. For example, I did this same thing when some option from GoScript was removed. So I checked all packages in Fedora which requires GoScript, and checked for that option. So the same could be done for cups in some script and automated.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and add an issue on the cups project to track adding a migration guide to the documentation for 3.x, so that we can have a place to put all that. So like you get with a lot of other libraries, and like when I'm maintaining websites, and every time I look, oh, there's a new version of Bootstrap, oh, it's a new major version, I have to figure out how to migrate things, just to have something that show if you're using this, then the replacement is that, and document it all. So that's a good point to have that resource. And until I agree, if we can get adoption of a dbus API that handles doing the either the UI or just the basic stuff for getting a list of printers, getting the default printer, getting the capabilities, options, all that stuff.
Selected printer, and
Yeah,
receiving the job, receiving the list of jobs, sending the job, receiving the list of jobs, and so on.
Yeah, I think that would insulate us, and I have to imagine that dbus API would probably be better received than a C API that doesn't integrate well necessarily with the GTK way of doing things. So, all right, I'll make sure to have an issue for that.
Containerization.
Yeah. Okay. So I haven't heard any objections to bumping the major version and cleaning up the library. Are there any?
It's okay for me.
It's okay for me.
Okay. All right. I think I can move on. We're getting, I think we got 10 minutes left.
Sorry, Mike, can I have one note? It would be great if that migration guide would have some code snippets. If like how it looks in the old code, and how to program it in the new. It would be great. Thanks.
Sure. Okay, I got that captured for the issue here. Okay, so cups 3.0 necessarily, with the local server, with the UI, the dbus APIs, all the integration with the desktop, is much broader in scope. So obviously we're going to need developers, but I think we're going to need more release managers to kind of coordinate this stuff than we would necessarily for the previous releases to get 3.0 out the door. I think once 3.0 is out the door, then we've done the major work, and then we can focus on smaller goals. But 3.0 is like a massive undertaking in comparison. So I just was kind of listing out what do we have for the developers, what do we have for on the desktop that we can start with, and obviously I've done the work on PAPL. It is a spooler. It's a self-contained service that runs in a library that you instantiate, and you can actually create multiple servers if you want from one bunch of code. And so it could probably serve as the basis of a new local server and a new sharing server. And it might even be something that I don't know. It might be something that could be expanded so that it could work both for printer applications and for those things. Though I think it would need a bit of change to make that happen. But I think we have a lot of pieces, but we also need to get people to convert and integrate this stuff. So it's kind of that, we've got challenges here, and we've got stuff we can start with. I don't know if anybody foresees any other issues that I haven't covered here so far.
In my opinion, we can make some point about testing, like improving test suites in CAPS or even in CAPS filters, if possible. Maybe improve the test suite. So sometimes the test suite looks like it is written in Bash. So maybe use some more macros or something like that, and make it more readable. At least at least for me, as when I looked into it at the first time, it was more difficult to get into it. So maybe use some. I don't know. I saw the Bickerly project. If you know about it, it is available on GitHub or something else, which can be used on Mac OS.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that the current test suite has had to deal with is that there wasn't a single way to do the filtering. It's something that when CUPS was a monolithic thing and we bundled GhostScript and did all the stuff in one place, the test suite could go run with a single set of expectations, and then with all of the changes to supporting Mac OS, and then breaking out CUPS filters and doing all these other things, it's had to morph and change. And oh, look, you've got color D on this system, so we need to ignore those errors. And oh, we don't have color D on this other system, so we need to ignore errors that it's not there, but it's expected, and things like that. So I think as we re-architect this and we get it set up so that we have a more consistent implementation across the board, we should be able to do a cleaner test suite, and that will translate into something that's a lot easier to maintain than the current collection of shell scripts. And I agree, it's kind of even me going in to make a change, it's like, do I really want to change this?
Okay, so that sounds fine.
Okay. All right, so one of the other needs here is graphics libraries, and this has been a long-standing problem, and one that's we have some options, but they're not ideal. So start off, I did PDF.io because I needed to be able to handle doing basic PDF filtering and generation. But one of the things it doesn't support is rasterization, because it's one thing to do a PDF file library. You know, the format unfortunately has a lot of warts, but it's otherwise fairly straightforward to support. But when you get to rasterization, then you open up a whole nother can of worms, and there's 10 different ways to do the same task in PDF, unfortunately, because you know different things come in and out of favor over time. So it's not, while it has a very safe license, it's Apache 2 with the GPL exception, just like cups. It doesn't do everything we need it to do. XPDF and Poplar are GPL2, and they have command line programs so that we can do the whole piping thing, which is doable, but it's not ideal because it introduces some external components that you're running, and performance limitations with pipes, and you know, startup costs and all those sorts of things. But it's something we could do. It'd be, in the short term, could be something we do. MooPDF is AGPL, and it's really, it doesn't have a stable API. I did a implementation of the transforms to rasterize PDF in the IPP sample project, but I'm constantly having to make changes every time there's a new release of MooPDF. The API changes in incompatible ways, and then I update it, and then you can only build that software against the latest version, and then I don't see that as an effective way to do. Plus, it basically guarantees that you can't ship an embedded solution, and even shipping a desktop solution on a Linux distribution is problematic because AGPL applies to services, and it's. I wish there was the whole license landscape was simpler for open source. And then the last one there, PDFium, has all the functionality that we need, and is BSD licensed, which is awesome. You know, it works with any license, but you can only build it with the Chromium build tools in the build system, which makes it really hard to integrate into an open source printing system that's supposed to run everywhere. So yeah, I don't know if anybody has any other.
Yes, you have forgotten GhostScript, but GhostScript,
no,
you
I
have a
haven't
similar
forgotten GhostScript.
situation. You have AGPL, and
Yeah.
so you end up calling it by the command line too, that it's decoupled.
And
from
even
the
that,
main
though,
code.
is problematic because AGPL is designed to get around that escape hatch. Because as soon as you decide you're going to ship a printing solution based on cups that uses GhostScript, if you do it in a commercial scope, then technically you're supposed to license from artifacts, which sucks. So
Yes.
just capture this in my notes here.
Mike, so XPDF is QPDF clone or something like that? Like,
Well, XPDF is the code that Poplar is based on.
So did you know about QPDF, that project which we use in cups filters for PDF to PDF filter?
Yeah, so QPDF, I'm aware of it. It depends on the Qt, if I remember right, and a C++, and it performs some of the same functions that PDFIO can perform. I can't remember what the license was, but there were some issues that I found when I was looking at some of the things I wanted to implement with it that it didn't do, and I'd have to look at my notes again to see what that was, but yeah, QPDF is another one there, but I don't know if it does anything more for us than the others.
Yes, one thing is J Berkenbild is very cooperative. I have used it for PDF to PDF to get rid of unpublished Poplar APIs. This was the first step. Then the next step was field-in form flattening, so that PDF with forms is converted into a PDF without forms, but with the fill-in statically integrated. And the third thing where I've used it is to make a filter which generates raster to PCLM. And in all the three cases, J has added features to QPDF so that it was suiting the appropriate projects. So if you come to him with feature requests, I think he would help you. And the other question which I have, you have written PDFIO. Would the three projects where I have used it in CUPS filters, would they be covered also by PDFIO, for especially the form flattening and also the page management in PDF to PDF?
So it can do the page management. So you can do page ranges. You can do text to PDF and image to PDF. It has built-in support for basic text handling, as well as embedding JPEGs and PNG files. It will not do the form flattening just because that requires rasterization.
Somehow Jake succeeded it in QPDF. I didn't know that it requires rasterization. So
well, it does. You don't have to
somehow
convert it to a bitmap, but you have to be able to process and add to the page dictionary. So it might be possible to add that to PDFIO, but I haven't done it. I haven't looked at what would be required to
yes, so
add
this
that.
is a feature request.
Okay.
Yes, and the other thing is generating PCLM, as PCLM is a subset of PDF, and so we have used QPDF for these two.
Yeah, and you can absolutely generate PCLM with PDFIO. You'd have to write the code to actually, send out the image streams and so forth. But as far as generating the PDF and everything, it will do one that will conform to.
PDFIO also capable of streaming out the PCLM instead of writing the whole thing into a file, and then only being able for the next filter to use it when the whole thing is there? Because the streaming of PCLM, it could come in useful if you write printer application and want to stream, for example, to a PDF printer. A PDF printer also understands PCLM, and so you could solve perhaps also some streaming problems, and not only the original purpose of having PCLM for a PCLM printer, as any PCLM printer also understands Apple raster.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, go ahead and file bugs on the PDFIO website for these feature requests. Do a separate one for the form flattening and for the PCLM streaming.
Yes.
And
the next feature request is
in
migrating it into the open printing site. I hope there are no sponsors hanging on it.
I don't know, but I will check.
Yes. Because then if it's perhaps more lightweight and not C++, it could, and fulfilling all the features I mentioned, it could get a replacement to QPDF. As QPDF is probably more heavyweight and also more difficult to maintain the filters when they are C++.
Yeah, one of the things though with PDF.io is it has a lot of uses outside of printing. So I don't know if it makes sense to be part of open printing or not, but certainly anything that is specific to printing, we want to keep in open printing.
Yes. Scanning stuff is already moving in. So open printing is not pure printing anymore.
No,
There's
but
also some
as far as like
already.
PDF.io, I'm going to be using in the next version of HTML doc, for example.
Yes.
And there's other projects that need to be able to produce or consume PDFs that have nothing to do with printing or scanning. And so, you know, that's I didn't make it just for printing. It's just it happened to be okay. Well, we need it here, and I'm going to need it in these other projects I'm working on. So I guess I'll go ahead and bite the bullet and do it.
Yes,
And
yes. So it's like an external library like QPDF.
right. All right. We are right up against our time, so let me just cycle forward here. Make sure we get to the other stuff here. So, release manager. We had talked a little earlier, Till. What I'm thinking here is we probably, if we're going to break this up, we probably want to have two release managers. One to manage more of the desktop side of things, and one to manage the lower level stuff. And so do you want to split the responsibilities with me, and we'll divvy it up by project as we get closer?
I think so that we could do so.
Okay. Okay, and then my proposed schedule here is to start development a little bit early, just because for 2.5, you know, some of the key things are around OAuth and X509 management, which we're also going to need in 3.0, and it would give us a little more time to develop and test and prototype things in parallel, maybe with some Google Summer of Code stuff. So thinking like for start in January, create new projects as needed, so that and establish branches so that we can develop in parallel. And then once 2.5 is out, then we can focus solely on 3.0 development, and then look at an October 2023 timeframe for a final production release of 3.0. And we can start like betas in March or something like that, so that we can have an extended beta period test time.
So that 24.04 LTS will be the first one with CAPS 3.0.
Right. So any objections, any comments on this schedule? Does this sound reasonable to people?
Yeah, this seems to be good.
Yes, I think so too. Avik, get us a good bunch of good students and we will do it.
Okay. So, and then Till, if you are release manager of 2.5, then that kind of dovetails pretty nicely. You'll be able to keep the 2.5 and the 3.0 development in sync, and then maybe I can focus on the 3.0 specific stuff that's unique, and we can keep things coordinated.
Yes, yes, we can do so.
All right. So we're at noon, and this is the last slide. So, any other things people want to discuss or have questions about? I kind of said to people we'd look see if there's any questions on the chat, but I still have yet to get logged in, and I got an email from somebody at Linux Foundation apologizing that they got the account information out late and none of the logins are working. So
Yes,
I have a
the
feeling we're not
syncing
gonna.
of our chat in the room is not working.
Yeah, there
But
seems to be
I've
some
looked.
problem in the server.
Yes, I've looked on the native side. No one has posted there. After my initial posting, there's no new post.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten logged in, so I have a sneaking suspicion that nobody's able to get into the chat server.
Yeah, I cannot log into the chat. It's just rolling over and nothing is shown.
So
Yeah,
you're
there is a
trying to
problem
log in
communicating with the
metrics.
home server. Please try again later.
Yes, you are trying into metrics LPC events.
Right.
Yes. Because I have it open, but I've logged in yesterday and it's open since then.
Okay, so
How can yeah.
if there's no other discussions, I think on the schedule we have a break now.
Right. So we have a 10 minutes break.
Okay,
Yes.
and I actually have to drop off. I have to pick up my vehicle and I have to vote. So I don't know how quickly I'm going to get back to this. So if there's anything that comes up while I'm not around, if you can please remember to make a note to send to me.
But you will come back.
I'm going to come back as soon as I can. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I think voting will not take 3 hours. I hope you have decided in whom you vote.
Well, yeah, I already know, but it's just how long a line I'm going to have, because a lot of people waited till the last minute here. But
yes, in Canada.
Yeah.
Sure, Mike. So if there are any specific questions, I'll keep a note of that. And once you're back, maybe we can take that up, or maybe we can take it up via email, whatever suits.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to drop off for the moment, but
Sure.
I'll be back on when I get back.
Sure, Mike. Thanks
Okay.
for your presentations.
Yes, all the best. Save Canada.
Okay, talk to you in a little bit.
Okay, so everyone will be having a short 10 minutes break, and we will rejoin after the break.
Yes, so at 15 after the hour.
Right, so I have started the timer and we will be back soon. Hello? Till, are you there? Hello, Till, are you there? Hello, Till. Till, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
I'm returning
so
now.
yeah, so I think you can start. We are already late by 30 minutes.
Yes, yes. So, yes, now I will be talking about the print management GUI. And as we have heard from Mike, we have a lot of architecture changes in CAPS. The most important is that we do not have CAPS queues anymore. We do not have configure CAPS queues anymore with PPD files, and we have printer applications and so on. And therefore, we will also need changes in the print management GUI, or also or to say printer setup tools. So the DNEC, it means also that I have a big feature request for system config printer. And so we have, what we have currently is we have a printer setup tool. And this is, for example, the web interface of CAPS, or the command line tools LP admin, LP info, and LP start, the system config printer, and which is a GUI tool, and the other GUI tool which most users probably currently use because it's integrated in GNOME's control center, is the print module of it. And we have also another completely different type of printer setup tool, which is CAPS BrowseD, which is a daemon which automatically creates CAPS queues for printers, which it discovers on the network. You can configure it so that it clusters the queues and so on. But it's also a printer setup tool, as it creates CAPS queues, only that it does it fully automatically. So all these tools, they control CAPS, the running CAPS daemon, CAPS-D. They typically, most of them list the available printers and discover printers on USB, on the network, on parallel port, and so on. They also list drivers which are installed on the machine. And they use this more or less automatic or manual, as the user wishes, to create print queues. And they are also available to list the print queues which are already created, and to list jobs which are printed on each of the queues. It has the possibility that you can modify the queues, right-click on the queue entry, and see a menu of settings like pause and restart, set default option settings, and other things. And you have You can also, at least with some printer setup tools, modify some server settings, like, for example, switch to debug mode or tell whether every user can kill a job or only the user who has sent it, and things like that. This is the printer setup tools which we know. And now, in the new architecture, they must be different. The new architecture, we will have we will get into the new architecture into two ways. CUPS 3.0, but until Ubuntu 24.04 LTS in April 2024, it takes still a little bit of time. And so another thing where we will perceive the new architecture pretty soon, pretty now, is the CUPS snap. Is the CUPS snap, is a CUPS, the current CUPS 2.3.3 in a container. And so this CUPS, even if it internally could work with PPDs, we cannot give it we cannot create a queue, we cannot install PPDs to it and filters to it, printer drivers to it, because it's in a container and we cannot add files to it. So this CUPS already now needs printer applications as printer drivers. In queues in this CUPS, you can create queues. The web interface of the CUPS snap works. Queues in this CUPS, you usually would not create manually, but you would let this CUPS create its own temporary queues or use the built-in CUPS browser of the CUPS snap. So this CUPS snap behaves this way already like the new architecture. And therefore, in both cases, we need changes on the printer setup tool. All printers are driverless IPP printers. CUPS does not create, in CUPS we do not create queues with a PPD and a filter anymore. CUPS sees on the network driverless IPP printers. These can be native network printers, but they can also be printer applications. But all the time, it's a driverless IPP printer, and CUPS creates a temporary queue for it. And so we in this snapped CUPS or in CUPS 3.0, we do not need to create queues manually. So the queues which CUPS have are all automatically created by CUPS itself. And so the administration action moves away from CUPS and will be done on the basis of the IPP printers. You put IPP printers in the network, you get into the web interface of the IPP printer and tell which hosts should see it and whether the IPP printer should be actually an IPP printer. Or if you have a printer application, you connect the printer application with your physical USB network or parallel or any non-driverless printer. And so your tasks in the printer setup tool are the following. You list the IPP services which your system is seeing by DNSSD with Avahai. Is these are the relevant printers which your local system, or where you will be able to print on your local system. And to manage this IPP services, you will not have you will not really have buttons to edit them directly as CUPS queues, but you will have, most importantly, a button to open the web interface of the IPP service so that you can tell which papers are in your trays via the web interface or connect a printer application to your printer by your web interface and so on. And another approach to configure and manage an IPP service, IPP system service. This is a protocol where you talk IPP to your IPP device to manage it. So you get also a button which opens a pop-up window in which you talk with your IPP service by IPP system service. With a GUI, you do not need to talk IPP. In the GUI, you see buttons and widgets which represent your IPP service and its configurable settings. And another task of the new printer setup tool is discover non-driverless printers and make them working on your system. So you can still have a non-driverless printer. They get more rare and with the time, but there are still a lot around. And of some brands, they are of such good quality that you can print on them as long as eBay sells you toner for them, and some eBay seller tells you toner for them, and so. You discover these printers the usual way on the parallel port, on USB, or network via SNMP. And then you want to have them printing, and what you have to do for that is not to install a driver consisting of PPDs and filters, but a printer application. Either the printer application can already be installed. It could check with the installed printer applications whether the printer application supports it. Puppel has the appropriate interfaces for doing so. I've taken care of it. And the other thing is, you do not have a suitable printer application installed, so you would need to find the correct printer application on the Snap Store. And about this, I will tell more later. So this is the idea how a printer setup tool should look like in the future.
Can I have a question? So the basic idea of discovering of that non-driverless printers is to run some classic CAPS backend, and after that you will have some database of which printer is supported by which printer application.
The architecture, the exact architecture, we must still determine. The approach of using the CAPS backends, or at least their code, perhaps we can even convert them to filter functions. These architectural details we have to look after later. We do the discovery, so we collect the device IDs of the printers which are available to us. And then we must somehow find out which printer application supports this printer. For the installed printer application, it's rather easy. We can send the device ID to the printer application, and the printer application tells us whether it supports the printer or not. But it gets more difficult if we don't have the suitable printer application installed, and there we must work together with people, with the developers of the Snap Store. And I've already put a feature request there, but we did not really went on with that afterwards. A feature request of sending hardware, of being able to send hardware signatures to the Snap Store, and by this way finding snaps suitable for this hardware. This I already suggested. I have simply to talk with the people again that we really need this feature. And an interim solution would be that we take the open printing website, the good old printer database, and add linking to printer applications in the Snap Store to it. As we really do not need this old linking to LPD packages anymore, we could replace it by linking to snaps in the Snap Store. But the best would be if I succeed to get together with the Snap Store people that they add hardware signature support, because this does not only help printers, it helps also scanners and any kind of hardware, because for any kind of hardware it can happen that a suitable snap will be put into the Snap Store, and this will be the way to get it supported. So these are the things, and more. I will talk about the more details later. This was now only the basic idea how the printer setup tool looks like, and now we come to the similarities. I've shown you how the old printer setup tool looks like and the new one. And in the old one, you all remember that you had the main window, which showed us the CUPS queues. This main window will in the future not show CUPS queues, but the IPP services. And instead of buttons to modify the properties of the queue, we will have buttons to get to the web interface and or to the IPP system service window to be able to manage this service. And our main window had the Add Printer button in former times. We can still have this Add Printer button, but we should perhaps all tell that this Add Printer button is only needed when the printer is not driverless, as the driverless printers appear by themselves. And the Add Printer button fires up the Add Printer window. In former times, the Add Printer window showed us the wizard, which listed the auto-discovered printers, the auto-discovered by the CUPS backend printers. And in the next step, either auto-assigned a driver to it, known by the list of PPDs on the system, or it showed us the list of drivers to manually choose it, and created a CUPS queue. Now the Add Printer window will be different. It will list for us in the first step again the non-driverless printers, but only the non-driverless printers. If it discovers for a printer, if it has also a driverless approach to use it, at least in basic mode, this printer will not get listed. In expert mode, it could get listed because some people, perhaps when they have a driverless printers, they find out that, for example, Gutenprint prints in a better quality than driverless on it. This is not a good sign for the manufacturer of the printer, but it can happen. And so we have the non-driverless printer list. We choose one, and in the next step, it will show us the list of installed printer applications. It's not a long list. There are not many printer applications around which support this printer. And so we can choose a printer application. And independent whether we find printer applications which support this printer or not, we will also have the option to search the internet or search the Snap Store for printer applications. And as I already told, either the Snap Store must add a feature to search by hardware signature, which is the better approach, or as an interim approach, or an approach if they really do not want to add this feature, we must go through the open printing web server, and this should provide linking to the Snap Store, which printer applications support which printers. And so this would be the next step, and this would be the new version of the add printer window. This would be the basic design, the transition between the old and the new printer setup tool. When we are only thinking about printers, one could even have hybrids in some way. For example, if we are in situations where we have a mix up between the two architectures, or where we have a printer setup tool which should be working independent whether the underlying system is one of the old architecture or the new architecture. But these are the the difference and similarities between printer setup tools. And now, in the new architecture, printer setup tools show IPP services. And IPP services are not necessarily only printers. IPP services are typically also scanners and fax out. Fax out is that you print into a special queue, and the job is not printed locally, but sent as a fax to some recipient, and therefore it's very similar to printing, but a required attribute for fax out is the fax number of the destination. But otherwise, it's the same as printing. And naturally, it has different options and properties as the print engine in your multifunction device. Usually, the quality of fax is much lower. So we have three functions. They all can be listed in as IPP services, and if they are provided by a multifunction device, they should be listed together so that the user does not get confused and sees the list of his physical devices and what capabilities they have, what services they provide. And once having all these services listed by the printer setup tool, it should on a scan service naturally also allow to configure the scanner. Either it does not need its own GUI magic for it. We either use IPP system service or the web interface, but we have an approach now that we also handle scanners in a printer setup tool. So GNOME Control Center module should be renamed from printing to printing and scanning. So what we already have, work on the new generation of printer setup tool has already started in the last two Google Summer of Codes. The main window was subject of a project this year. GUI for listing and managing available IPP print and scan services, or DNS SD advertised network services in general, by Divya Shell. And he has created a GTK Plus based GNOME Control Center module to replace the current printing module, or to mix up with it. And it discovers the services using Avahai, and it also takes care, for example, that duplicate services are removed, for example, IPv4, IPv6, and also the different network interfaces, ETH0, Wi-Fi, and whatever, and so it is taken care that every physical service appears only once, and it also sorts the services of the same physical device together. and contains already a button to open the device's web interface. So this is the first module which we have. Every module probably needs to be somewhat refined until it is until we can put it to general use. But it is also a very important step which we already have. And the other module which we got a year ago in Google Summer of Code 2020. It's the Linux GUI application to admin multifunction devices using the IPP system service by Lakshai Bandlish. And he did a GUI. It also lists the devices. We probably will not use that part or use mix parts of that with a new one, depending on how we exactly end up. But it opens dialogues so that you can manage a device by the IPP system service. It does not do everything. At least it manages printers, and this will be the base for the IPP system service pop up in the new printer setup tool. So now we go on what we still need to complete our printer setup tool. And there, the most important is what I already mentioned, and the tool to guide the user setting up non-driverless printers and also scanners naturally, because they get into it as they are also IPP services. So I remind you also that the scanners you are familiar with and using with Sane, we will later create scanner applications so that we have the and then these scanner drivers and printer drivers all lead you to having IPP services. And so we have this will be the add printer window which I've mentioned. And we discover all available non-driverless printers, and first we will find printer applications for them. As I already told, first the already locally installed one, and second we will look up in the Snap Store. And we want to allow the user an easy setup of the printer within the printer application. So we can think about trying it fully automatic, so that we give the printer application a command for auto adding the printer of the given ID, or we can do it also manually by calling the web interface of the printer application. And we can also do it fully manual by having our own GUI and translating the button presses into commands which we send to the printer application, either by IPP or by command line. And also to remind you to not get anything confusing, we have already in the Open Printing mailing list decided on that printer applications do not auto set up printers on its own on startup. So that when you simply take a printer application from the Snap Store and install it, that it does not install all the printer it supports, because we can easily get a confusion as several printer applications can support a common printer, and so the printer appears as different as more than one IPP service, which is not easily to sort apart. Either that the printer the main window of our printer setup tool cannot distinguish out of the printer application that behind them is the same printer, and also we do not know which printer application is the better one. And this can even differ from printer to printer. Gutenprint, for example, is very good for Epson inkjets, while for HP lasers, HPLIP would be better. So,
do we have some idea for like if you install once some printer application and you will create a key, we will create a IPP service for your non-driverless printer. Can we somehow make the printer application remember that we set such IPP printer, so then printer application will start up at the start of operating system? Because
yes, the printer application, if you connect a printer to a printer application, either you do it in the web interface of it. Perhaps you have already tried my printer applications. I hope so.
Sorry, still I didn't have time. Sorry.
And if you connect a printer with a printer application, either by setting the printer up in the web interface of the printer application, or by talking externally to it by the command line or by IPP, then the printer application remembers it. The printer application has a state file where the configuration of the printer application is saved. So the printer application remembers it, and so if you boot the next time, or if you restart the printer application, or if the Snap Store sends you automatically a new version and therefore the Snap Store restarts it then for you, then always the printer which you have set up once is conserved. And so it does not go away until you remove it manually.
Okay, so when I open print dialog, it will be showed by default once.
Yes. The printer application is an IPP service, and so CUPS will discover it automatically, create a temporary queue in the print dialog. If it is on pace with CUPS, it will see this printer and list it, and you will be able to print on it.
And what will bring up the printer application during the startup of
the
operating
printer
system?
application is a system daemon which starts by itself during startup.
Okay, yeah.
And Snap
So
system daemons do it also. So the Snapd guys have already taken care of it. The daemons are supported in Snaps.
Yeah, because I only played with LPrint, which Mike wrote, and it didn't have any systemd file or something like that. So
Yes,
I thought the PostScript printer application and other printer applications are based on the same principle or same idea.
The PostScript printer application and any later ones, the ones which I have written, the ones which come from open printing in the Snap Store, all these ones, they once have a systemd service file. So if you don't snap them and run them standalone, run them bare metal on your machine, they would also auto start when you boot. And if you use the Snap, either from the Snap Store or you rebuild the Snap with a Snapcraft YAML, which comes with the source code of the printer applications, then they also start, because in the Snap they are declared a daemon.
Okay, thanks.
So try them out. There are already 3, and tomorrow there will be a 4th one. Gutenprint will be the 4th one.
Yeah, I'm still stuck in managing getting others know that there will be some changes in cups, and try to find the best way how to spread it even to enterprise users. So
Yes,
trying
yes,
trying to do
I'm filling up you with a lot of work. Tell your manager that Red Hat needs 2 guys for printing.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, yes, Mike and me are filling up with you with a lot of work.
Yeah, I can feel that. Yeah.
So going on, we must put all these 3 things together: the main window, list, IPP service list and manager, the IPP system service pop-up, and also the non-driverless printer pop-up. And then we need to complete the IPP system service GUI. For example, we must support scanners and other services, and we need also, for example, in the IPP system service module, more IPP requests than the one it is already capable to do. And then what very, very, very important, the best is to get it upstream. Get it upstream. We are 5 minutes before the end, before switching to something nicely new also from me. So get into the GNOME's control center upstream, so that it replaces the current printing module, and we get the new printing and scanning module, which uses the new architecture. Ideally, upstream should carry both an on build, install, or best on runtime. It chooses the correct one so that it fits to the system's print architecture, and so that we get a nice get a nice new printing and scanning experience. So that's all. Is there any more discussion in the last 4 minutes or so which we have? No one were our distro maintainers. Denek, Thorsten, no one has any doubts and any suggestions and so on.
Well, I had several questions, so I think
Yes, you have. Yes, it's great that we have done already a lot of discussion on the way. It's much better than collecting everything for the end, especially as the core part of this conference is discussion.
I agree.
Yes, as very, very important is all this GUI, and we need really perhaps at Red Hat someone could do that too. We really need coders for GUI, because GUI is a lot behind the top of the development of printing. The pace of printing seems to be much faster than the pace of printing support in the GUI. Especially you know about CUPS virtual queues, and most of the print dialog still do not support them, and they already exist for years because they use the wrong API. And also printer setup tools, they worked well up to now, but now we have a lot of work to switch them over to the new architecture. So we really need a week, find students for us, and Zdenek, look at, find at Red Hat, tell your managers that we use need GUI people to get the GUI on this up with a new architecture, so that we do not need to end up with workarounds like Kapsbrowski.
Well, silly command line tools are still the option.
What? We want to have we want to get that consumers and normal office users will use the Linux desktop, and they don't want to use the command line. They are thinking about us, that we provide to them. You press Control P and we do the rest.
Sorry, it was a joke only. Sorry.
Yes, because in former times, as photography was turned to be a thing for consumers by Kodak, they advertised with, you press the button and we do the rest. And this was when Kodak started to develop the films for the user. And so the user only needed to take pictures with their camera, and it was easy for them. And now we at Open Printing and in generally at Linux, we want that the user can simply click in the dialogues and the printout comes out. And therefore we do all this nice work at Open Printing. And therefore, and so this is how the users are thinking. And this we need to deliver for the users, instead of telling them, if you want to print, you have to use the command line. Because no one could make a consumer taking pictures of their vacation when the camera manufacturer tells to them, if you want to see your photos, you have to develop them by yourself.
Regarding cooperation with GTK, I think it would be great if we had already someone who would yeah, sorry Avik.
Yes. I let you tell it.
No problem,
now.
Zdenek.
It's only a minute. It's only a minute.
Yeah,
Then
sure.
I will switch over to the print dialogue.
We need someone who will be in the direct contact with the GTK team, because the last time when we were trying to get common printing dialog backends into GTK, there was a communication disruption, because the person who wrote those backends stopped communicating. So we would need someone who will spend some time with GTK guys to get this done. So
Yes.
be one thing. And GUI is already my thing.
With the latest code of the someone and update it so that you have a better testing base. And also there will be changes, because as you heard already from Mike, I will probably have some merger with Mike's API ideas and the common printing dialog backends. But we should have a look and find coding task force to get on with the common printing dialog backends. And this is also what is the subject of the next session. Zdenek?
Yeah, it was a question for me. But
No. I will only say that it is very important that we need coding task force on the common print dialog backend, because we will really actively go on soon with it.
Yeah, maybe we can have some task in Google Summer of Code.
Yes, Yes, we tried a lot and it was difficult. It would be nice if we get it started as soon as possible.
Mm. Well, if I myself, I'm not for. I don't like that much graphical interfaces, so I'm not probably not the guy for this. And I only know some context in GTK, and well, some guys, only one,
Yes,
and
yes, yes,
he is overloaded to Marek. Yes, so.
yes, yes.
So
Talk
it,
with him. We must get forward with it and try to find people within GTK, within Red Hat, so that we get on with it. GUI is very important.
hmm. I agree. It's important, but I'm not current. I don't
Yes, yes.
currently
It's
know
not
that.
who should code it. For you, it's better better that you perhaps will more look into the printer setup tool side.
Well, I myself, I would rather go for cups or something like that.
Yes, yes.
I
And do
got
the release management of 2.4.
or some some feature implementations or something like that.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
Yes,
I
yes.
do.
Coding for cups will also be everyone should contribute.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you're
now
right.
let us go to the common print dialog backends. And we have already talked, I've already talked with Mike shortly about it, and now I will introduce what we have and what's the intention and so on. So the common print dialog backends, the idea is that we take the responsibility of the GUI toolkit developers, of the GUI toolkit projects, to support print technologies like CAPS, IPP, or any kind of cloud printing from them, and centrally by open printing, and for cloud print services by the individual cloud print services, we provide the implementation for the support for the print services. And by a dbus interface between the print dialog and the implementation for the support for the print service, the backend, there will be a communication by dbus, and so the print dialog can cope with any service. And if something changes in the service, when the service gets updated with the pace of the developers of the service, the backend will get updated, and so all print dialogs do suddenly support the newest features of the print technology, without waiting for the long cycles of 2 years or so of the GUI toolkit, and without needing to rely on distro patches to get it faster. Because distro maintainers also do not have much time to muck around with print technologies. And also that the cloud print provider can provide the support for his service in the Snap store as a Snap, which works with the dbus between the dialog and the back end. So therefore, we have the print dialog, the common print dialog backends, the same backends for all dialogs, independent of the individual graphical user interface toolkit. I got inspired by doing backends, and so we overcome these problems that toolkit developers think printing is not very, very important, to put not much time into it. Developers do not have time, and so on. And so we can solve, we should be able to solve these problems easily once the interface is implemented in the toolkits. And so the ideas is, as I already mentioned, in former times we tried it with a common point dialog, providing the whole dialog, but we had to do it for each toolkit individually. And so it was a lot of coding work, and we were not able to get enough people together or to get some funding to implement all this. And so therefore this project has failed. It was a big project in open printing, introduced on my first printing summit in 2006 in Atlanta, but some years later it failed. And later, some more years later, a week, he remembered me at this project and suggested to revive it. But I was not feeling well with reviving this project and came to another idea. At the same time, I had to fix a bug in the GTK print dialog, not in the GUI, but in the communication with CUPS. I discovered that the GTK print dialog has backends for the different printer technologies, but these were dynamic libraries. They worked, they itself were not GUI, but they worked only with the GTK print dialog and were probably not easy to port to Qt or LibreOffice. And so I came to the idea, not putting, as in the old project, the dbus between the application and the print dialog, but put the dbus between the print dialog and the print technology. And this was already in the age where Snap was there, and I was already thinking all Snap and trying to trying to find the best architectures which are snappable, which could communicate between containers and were not connected by files and dynamic libraries, which does not work from container to container. And so we have the dialog itself, which still belongs to the GUI toolkit and is maintained by the GUI toolkit. We have the GUI independent backends for each print technology. CUPS is one, print to file is one. In the time when I came to the idea, it was also Google Cloud Print, but it can be any cloud printing service which would come up in the future, and so on. And then the connection between the print dialog and the backend is dbus. And as dbus works nice on if the two executables, the dialog and the backend, are running on the same machine. It's very common. And dbus communication can be done between two sandbox packages like snaps. And then we have, then we create backend and front-end libraries so that the maintainers of the GUI toolkits and the maintainers of the backends can easily write these backends and for these backends and front ends for this dbus interface. And the backend has to be, and the idea, one important thing is the backends have to be maintained by the maintainer of the print technology. For CUPS, it's open printing. And if we have some new global cloud print backend, then global cloud who provides it has to provide this service, has to provide this backend, and ideally puts into the Snap Store. And if someone wants to use Global Cloud Print, he simply downloads the backend from the Snap Store and installs it, and then his dialog shows the printers who he is managing with Global Cloud Print Service. And then the print dialog detects all installed backends. This is easy with the dbus. There are dbus services, and the dbus subsystem simply discovers them, and so the dialog can shout into the dbus, list all printers and all backends and answer with their queues. And so you see all the printers which the user has access to. And the user sees all and as ideally all the print dialogs use the common print dialog backends. The user sees with every application, independent with which toolkit it is written, he sees the same printers, and so he does not need to convert and transfer files between applications, so that he can print on his global cloud service printer, because this printer is visible in all print dialogs. And so if the maintainer of the print technology changes something, for example, Global Cloud Print finds a new nice security feature with passwords and not passwords, with fingerprint reading, then he uploads it in the Snap Store. The Snap Store automatically updates the backend on your machine, and you have this feature automatically. And this is a nice idea if we have the people who code it. Similar with Mike's ideas. We need the people who code it. And then the implementation has already started in the Google Summer of Code 2017, because the idea came up in me in 2016 or beginning 2017. So I opened a project on, or even more than one project on the Google Summer of Code. And we got a really good student picking up the main project of the libraries. And so she implemented the libraries in the CUPS backend. And here the drawing you see, this she has drawn by hand and scanned and put into her final report of the Google Summer of Code. And this is the scheme how it works. You see at the top that you have the user application, which is here. You click on print, then the dialog opens, and the dialog uses the front end library of the common print dialog backends, is shouting into the dbus, and then you have the dbus services who are using the backend library. So they understand what the print dialog is shouting, and they answer with their printers. And when the user selects one printer, the backend responsible for that printer answers with the capabilities and user settable options, so that the dialog displays it. The user sets the options and clicks print, and the job is then sent to the correct backend, and the backend passes on the job to the printer. And these libraries, they are available on the Open Printing GitHub. There's one repository, which is the front end and back end library. It's from Nilanjana, and also the CUPS backend from Nilanjana is also there, and also a simple backend to print to a file. There is also Google Cloud Print backend, but it's discontinued because Google discontinued Google Cloud Print. But the code is still there, and if you create a cloud printing service, perhaps the code can be inspiration how you write a backend for your service. And And there are also packages of these repositories in Ubuntu Universe. It's still in Universe and not in main, because it did not get really picked up by the GUI toolkits. So now the new problem, the GUI toolkits did not have picked it up yet. We need coding workforce to implement this. This could save us from the famous problem which I have mentioned several times today. The print dialogues use the old cups, the stone old cups enum dests API, which lists only the permanent cups queues and not the virtual queues for IPP services, which cups has discovered. And for years, we have already the new cups enum dests API, which supports the virtual temporary queues. And only the GTK dialog has switched to it somewhere this year, because it works on the current Ubuntu. I hope it was really GTK. I hope it was not a Ubuntu patch, but I did not investigate so deeply. I simply saw that it works. Then I directly opened Okular and saw that Qt is not up to the pace. It does not work there. It seems that Qt did not do anything on the print dialog in the last something like 16 years or so.
Till just note, GTK switched to well, it doesn't use cups enum dest API, but it uses IPP request create local queue, and
this is even better.
And it was based on my request for enhancement for Marek, and he implemented this year in February. So in Fedora we have it since February, and now it got into Ubuntu 2.
Yes. This is even better. Thank you very much, Zdenek, for helping out there. And because talking IPP is even much better and probably much more future-proof and more easily adaptable to future changes than using the convenience APIs of cups.
Yeah,
and so you did very, very well. And fortunately, I think the GTK dialog is the one appearing most often, but with a common print dialog backends, we could even get much further, because then the users will really see the same pointers on all print dialogs. And
that's better.
Yes, and the other new problem is the architecture of cups is already going on and will significantly change, as Mike told, and therefore we must really take care that the GUIs keep the pace. And one thing is, Mike already told that the local cup server, which runs as a user, will also take jobs with a dbus interface. And the dbus interface does more or less exactly the same as the dbus interface of the common print dialog backends does. And so it would be good in the development to work together with Mike so that the common print dialog backends will migrate and move over, change into what Mike wants to have, so that the common point dialog the backend's dbus API and the new CUPS dbus API will be the same, or we will get or at least we will get a smooth transition between what we have currently and between what we have with CUPS as soon as there's a local server, because it's 2 years from now, and the common print dialog backends I want to have right now and not only in 2 years. And as when we have the local server, what I want to have in 2 years then, that the local CUPS server will not need to be a common print dialog backends, but we want that the local CUPS server will be its own common print dialog backend. Imagine the ugliness of if you have a print dialog talking dbus to a module, and this module talks again dbus in a little bit different language, but in a very, very similar language to CUPS. This is really strange, so we should avoid it. But we want to have the common print dialog backends right now, so we should start off to work on it, to continue development, to do the integration, and to work together with Mike that we get a smooth transition. Avik, I want to ask you something. Who was the last one working on the common printing dialog backends? Was this Ritvik? Avik, are you there? Avik, could you are perhaps talking and muted? So we had some former Google Summer of Code students working on it. Zdenek, who did communicate with someone about the common print dialog backend? It was probably not you, it was probably Marek. Do you know with whom he communicated?
Sorry, I don't really recall. I know Marek was on the part of as GTK maintainer, but the person from our side, I am not really sure. Sorry.
Yes, because I would like to know it, because there were some former students working on it, and there was even some code put onto a GitHub by them. Not really done a pull request, but if the person does not answer anymore, I would pull it over manually probably. I've even tested it. I remember and it worked. This improvement was simply that it added support for human readable option names, and it worked. And only by command line, naturally, with a command line demo tool in the CPDB libs package. But it worked, and so I think I will overtake it. But I would like to know with whom it was communicated to find out what's going on. And therefore, I wanted to ask Avik, who was who were the last ones to work on it, but it seems that Avik is not here. One moment, please. I've pinged Avik now. I hope he will come back.
Yeah, please tell me.
Hi. Avik, who was the one who last worked on the common print dialog backends? Was it Ritwik? Because
Yes.
Red Hat people or GTK people were talking to them and they did not answer.
It was Ritwik, and after that, Priyadarshi also worked on some parts.
Who?
Priyadarshi. Last year it
Yes.
was Priyadarshi.
Yes, yes. Yes, because when they really, I have also invited all these people to listen in here, but I did not get any answer from anyone. I've invited something like 10 students or so to listen in here.
Probably, yeah, we can talk to them over the email and discuss with them. Probably they were not able to join the session,
Yes,
but
yes.
we can
They
check
have
with
no
them offline.
tickets, but they could probably connect by chat, but on chat no one, probably the chat is broken. By chat no one commented. I've looked now again. I've also told them that the important sessions are these ones here with the graphical user interface.
Right.
Yes, you are CC. You have gotten this email in CC, so you can see this email. And so, as we nearly really should get on with this. And otherwise, in general, we need people as for everything for doing coding. And here is GTK is already nice that it talks at least with the current cups correctly. But Qt is really, really bad. And if we pick up with the common print dialog backends, and if we get GTK, Qt, and Qt, I think LibreOffice already supports them. GTK and Qt using them, then we are a big step further, especially for the poor users of Qt. Qt is really not cute in printing. And so, any other questions, any suggestions?
So how is it supposed to work with in caps 3.0? You mentioned there will, yeah, you mentioned about some graphics,
yes,
I mean user
yes,
interface
yes.
elements in caps 3.0.
Yes, yes. CUPS 3.0 What I have understood is that we have a local CUPS daemon. This is a daemon which is nothing graphical. A local CUPS daemon which is running as the user, and it does not have only the socket, the socket interface, the socket IPP interface as we have with the current CUPS daemon. It has a new interface, a new dbus interface. This is what Mike has thought out, that it should have a new dbus interface, and that user applications, preferably print dialogues, are talking dbus to CUPS to send jobs, to find out which printers are available, to get the capabilities and options from the printers, and to send jobs. And so what the dialogue does is exactly, more or less exactly what I'm talking here about, what the dialogue should do with the common print dialogue backends. And what the dbus interface of this CUPS daemon does is more or less the same thing as the CUPS backend does currently, meaning that the local CUPS daemon could work as a backend by itself. But it's not really, as I understood, not really, this daemon is not really a graphical user interface. And Mike has told that not only this simple operation of printing, but other operations, his dbus interface would also support it, like listing jobs and whatever a user wants to know from CUPS and so on.
So the CUPS will have some standardized API.
Yes, it
on
will get a
dbus layer,
dbus API, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And he tells that the API should get similar to IPP. For me, it looks like that he will try to get some kind of IPP over dbus. Either this way, or he wanted to say that he wants to make a dbus API which is capable more or less of what IPP is capable of, as at least this one, or it could be even an IPP over dbus.
Okay, but I hope so, without the syntax layer.
Yes.
Because
And
we
he
can
already
already
tells
decompose the
that
IP.
graphical user interfaces, that toolkits need to support all this, so that this dialogue, that this local server would actually work. But I cannot imagine that Mike will code any graphical user interface.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, it had been great if Mike had been stayed here, because he could really participate in this discussion. I think we should right away tomorrow, or perhaps in the end of the whole thing here, because Mike is then back. We should talk with Mike in the end of the whole thing here, and let Bhavna start early now. And if Mike will miss the rest of the session, will not come back in the end of our session, we should perhaps right away today at night or tomorrow open a thread on the open printing mailing list about common print dialog backends and local CUPS server, to really start away with a coordinated roadmap what we will do. So, is Bhavna here?
I think she's not yet in.
Could you
Yes,
ping
I'm here.
Bhavna?
Oh, okay, I can.
Bhavna's
Yeah.
here?
I'm here only.
Yes.
Yes, I'm
Great.
here.
Is So I think it would be best now that you start early, so that we have the rest of the day today, that we could perhaps catch Mike at the end of today's micro conference and discuss about print dialogues, graphical user interfaces, and the common print dialogue backends with Mike.
Okay.
Till it's
So,
a 5-minute warning for you.
yes. This session is already over. We are switching to Bhavna now.
And now we will be having a break in between.
Ah, there's the break. Yes.
Right,
Then
right.
then we have the break early too.
Yeah, so we have a break followed by a printer scanner driver design and development from you, and then Bhavna.
And if Mike is back after the scanning sessions, then we will look into discussing graphical user interface with Mike. And if
Right.
if Mike will not come back, then we have completed our micro conference.
So we will break out for 10 minutes.
Let us break out only for 5 minutes because we are somewhat over.
Right. So if everybody is fine, we can take a short break of 5 minutes.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume after 5 minutes of break.
Yes, see you in 5 minutes.
Okay, so we have just completed our 5 minutes of short break. So, Till, are you back? Till, are you back? I think Till is not yet back. Till, are you there? So in the meantime, Bhavna, so do you want to check anything from your end with regards to the log? Okay, I guess Till is already in. So Till, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So
Oh,
do you
we
need
can
anything?
switch.
Yeah, do
Switch
you need
now.
anything for your print scan driver design and development?
Are you?
Hello.
Yes. I'm Bhavna.
Good. No,
Yes,
Till
Yes, I can
I'm
hear you.
asking. Yeah,
we
Till I'm
switch the
asking.
presenter to Bhavna.
Till hold on, please. So I'm asking you that do you need anything for your print scan driver design and development?
Ach so. Yes, we have forgotten this session. Yes.
Yeah, we have this session followed by Bhavna.
Ach so.
Yeah, so could you
I
please
think we should
quickly?
give this session. We should give this session too. I forgot before the break that this session was there too.
So would you like to quickly take us through that, because that was the
Yes.
planned session? Yeah, maybe
Yes.
you can
Yes.
quickly
Yes.
take it through.
Yes. I forgot this session. Where is it? Here. Yes. The one thing is we have to switch over to printer applications and scanner applications for printer and scanner drivers. We had before that, as I already told all the time, PPD files, filters, and backends. This was a CUPS driver, and you had to throw them in determined directories of the system so that CUPS finds them and uses them. And the same also for scanner drivers. You had to, the drivers are dynamic libraries, also files like the filters and PPDs. And you had to throw them also into determined directories so that the same front ends, the applications which scan, would find them. And this was controlled in distributions by Debian or RPM packages, which when installing put the files into the right places of the system's file system. And there's only one file system for the system where all the packages are installed into. And so the applications, CUPS, daemon, printer and scanner drivers all were in the same file system. And the problem is that the drivers are executables, the CUPS filters and backend are executables, the scanner drivers are dynamic libraries, also a type of executable, and they need to fit to the architecture, to the distribution, to the library versions of the distribution. So for binary distribution of the drivers, you had to make drivers for each distribution and each architecture, so a big matrix of driver versions, which is a nightmare for the manufacturers. Therefore, they do not make Linux drivers. And as files as files need to be in specific directories, this does not work with containerized packaging with snaps and similar things, where each package has its own own file system, brings its own libraries, and the packages could not look into the file system of other packages or into the host system's file system. So you could not add files to them. And so communication is only IP network, dbus, and such things, or determined interfaces by which are determined by the snapd design. And for example, for the cup snap, I'm working together with the snapd designers to make the correct interfaces and so on. And so we need, and so this also asks for another solution, not only the fact that we want to get rid of PPDs or that we want to change the architecture of cups. So we need the newer architecture right now, and not only in Ubuntu 24.04, which is the first with cups 3.0. And as I mentioned, sandboxed packaging. Every package has its own file system. This has not only this has also important advantages, not only the disadvantage of restricted communication between packages, but we are distribution independent. Each package brings its own libraries, so no mismatches with the system's libraries, so we can install any snap on any distribution. It's like installing Android apps on any Android phone. Probably they have similar principles, and Snap is more or less copied from this smartphone way of packaging. And we will sooner or later get all Snap distributions on Ubuntu, for example. In every version, more and more packages will be Snaps and not Debian packages. We have more security because communication between snaps is very, very well defined by the interfaces, by the snap interfaces. There's no arbitrary communication. Snaps cannot look into the file systems, both static and dynamic part of other snaps. And so we have higher security. And as I told, the disadvantage is one snap cannot drop files into another snap, and so the old driver architectures do not work. And snaps only communicated, as I say, through defined interfaces. And the other reason, which we already talking about, is that CUPS is deprecating PPD files, and therefore we also need the new architecture, because we will have everything in a driverless IPP printer or scanner. So manufacturers have to design in a new way, and driver projects also. And as Mike already told, printer scanner applications emulating a driverless IPP device. And what Mike did not tell, it's easily snappable, communicates only via IP. Multifunction device support, as IPP supports not only printers, but also scanners and fax out. One can make a single printer application, snap, a single emulation of an IPP driverless multifunction device, which supports physical multifunction devices. This is how I would like to see HPLIP, for example, in the future. HP's driver suite, which is for printer, scanner, and fax. And web admin interface, like with a physical IPP printer application or scanner application, has also a web interface where you can set which trays contain which paper, which option defaults, to which hardware printers you connect your printer application. And this then behaves exactly like a physical network printer scanner multifunction device. CUPS is used for printing and fax out. CUPS discovers driverless IPP printers, independent whether they are physical or printer application. And CUPS spools jobs, does the page management, converts job formats to the input formats of the printer application, because there are 4 different formats where for fulfilling the standard, the printer application only needs to support 1. And so CUPS has to convert if needed. And for scanning, you have a standard language, IPP or ESCL. So the client has to talk this language for scanning, and the client has to discover by Avaha and DNSSD the scanners available. And the user chooses a scanner and scan, and the client uses IPP scan or ESCL. In the beginning, the client, which can be a snap, can have SANE in the snap, and the SANE, how it is called, the SANE AirScan backend, only this backend, not the others, to be able to scan out of the snap. So not the SANE backends package, only the SANE AirScan package. And any SANE front end in the application itself. With this you snap, and this can scan driverless. And on the other side, you have the scanner application or a physical IPP scanner in a multifunction device, or even standalone IPP scanners I've already heard about. And the client snap can scan on it. And for the scanners which are already out in the wild and are not IPP, we would make a retrofitting scanner application, or more than one retrofitting scanner application. And this one would, in the core, have SANE with a SANE backends package, or with any manufacturer's SANE driver. And on the front side, it has PAPL, and with Bhavna's work, we can do it sooner or later. And so the old scanners and this gets snapped into the Snap Store, and so the new user applications which are snapped can scan on any scanner. So the development tools I mentioned, PAPL. This is a library for making printer and scanner application, which implements which implements everything common, which is the daemon, the web admin interface, the IPP server implementation, job handling, answering IPP requests, especially get printer attributes, which is the capabilities that a client can ask for, the capabilities, and PAPL and the printer application is answering back. And the printer discovery and setup, and also some communication backends like USB, SNMP, socket, and so on. And so only what is specific to the supported device. So the proprietary PDL of the printer, for example, the translation of the driver's knowledge about printer capabilities into the answer to the get printer attributes requests, and this kind has to be implemented by the driver developer. A lot of this part for retrofitting driver, I've already done a lot of this part for it. So then we have CUPS filters 2.x, which I'm working on, and I hope I can release it soon. libcubs filters now contains all the cubs filters which were separate executables formerly. We call them now filter functions. So if you write a printer or scanner applications and need to convert formats, you can call filter functions, single ones in a chain. They all have the same the same API, the same interface. So it's easy to use them and to chain them and to get your conversions done. And there are also auxiliary functions like some IPP attribute handling, and handling the filter functions, and even embedding classic cubs filters and backends in a pseudo filter function, so that you can handle these like backends. I'm using it for retrofitting drivers. Then you have libppd. So if you retrofit drivers, which are retrofit cubs drivers, which are PPD files, filters, and backends. All the PPD file handling, which is in libcubs, I've moved into libppd, so that when it is taken out of libcubs, that we can still have retrofitting printer applications for all the old legacy devices, so that they do not stop working suddenly. And what I'm also planning is for libcubs filters that we will have a lot of options for the configure script, so that you can easily do partial builds of cubs filters, because in many snaps and many printer application snaps, especially native printer applications which do not have anything to do with PPDs, you can that you can then simply do a partial build of cubs filters. So development tool, another important tool is the cubs driver retrofit library, which I have done in the last few months. It's libpub retrofit. I'm using it already in the PostScript printer application, GoScript Fumatic printer application, and in the HPlib printer application. And tomorrow I will also post the Gutenprint printer application, all retrofitted from the cubs drivers containing the PPD files, managing the PPD files, listing them as supported printer models, which can be both selected manually or automatically, also including cubs filters, the driver itself, backends, if a driver comes with backends. And so you have the user sees a real printer application. And inside a cubs, the dirty work is done by a cubs driver. And with this, you can, and all the adapting is done by libpub retrofit and partially by cubs filters. It even translates the IPP attributes, the common IPP attributes, into PPD options. And these PPD options are all different in the more than 10,000 PPD. So I had to add an algorithm which tries to understand at best the English of the option names and choice names, and also extracts resolutions from the PostScript and PJL code, which is in the PPDs. In this way, auto selects the correct options for print quality, color mode, and content optimization. And so you can easily print with any device which speaks IPP, including phones, on this printer application, and the printer does the right thing. And so retrofitting cubs drivers is as easy as making an RPM or Debian package of a cubs driver. I cannot say it's easier, because you have also you have still the difficulties of horrible programming of some printer drivers like HPLIP, where the Debian package has 81 patches to fix the bugs, and HP is not taking care. And this, the retrofit library does not take away from you. HPlib unpatched HPlib in a printer application is as buggy as unpaged HPlib in Debian package. HPlib took me a week to get a retrofitted printer application. Gutenprint I did in 1 day. So that's it with retrofitting. So, and another thing is Snapcraft. The preferred format of printer and scanner application is a snap, so that you are distribution independent, have security, and so on. So it's already over. So, and to make it even easier, I'm also planning that to create a Snapcraft extension, so that you don't need so that it gets really as easy as Debian or RPM packaging. And as I mentioned earlier, findings, I would like to have that one can find snaps in the Snap Store by the hardware signature, so that with a printer setup tool, we can automatically find the right snap for the printer. Yes, design guidelines you can see on this. Most important is the retrofit is only for the retrofit library, and is only for retrofitting existing drivers. If you have new drivers, or if you are actively maintaining drivers, please make native printer application without the detour of PPD files. Yes. Most of these things I hope I have already talked about earlier. So that's it for my session. I've made it as short as possible, so that there's also time for Bhavna, and perhaps also time to talk with Mike if he comes back. So any questions about this?
Okay, so if there are no questions, maybe we can hand over the mic to Bhavna.
Yes, seems that no one has questions, or no one has understood anything because I talked too fast. I hope it was not that.
For the sake of the timing, maybe if there are any questions, so you can send out an email to Till, and that can be discussed. So Bhavna, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So Bhavna, I'm making you the presenter, and you should be able to change the slides from your end.
Slide deck, yes, the slide deck I've already changed.
All right, fine. Thank you. So, firstly, introducing myself, I am Bhavna Costa from IIT Mandi, and I am going to discuss this year's GSOC project, a part, scanning in Papal. Although I have put an overview and almost a detailed working of everything, still I would like to specify some APIs and properties which I came across while working on the project. Scanning in Papal. So firstly, moving on to the discovery of a scan. Devices here are discovered by DNS-SD. They are records with appropriate service types for scanning, and also the scan equals T in the TXT record of the printing part. The TXT record optionally contains an RS key that provides the resource path for the scan service endpoint. The presence of a scan key is a holdover from the Apple Bonjour printing specification, but is not an indication of IPv scan support. DNS-SD, due to AirPrint and MoPre requirements, this is the protocol that all MVs support. The TXT keys and values are all very similar to the IPP ones and allow for correlation with the print service. Ahead with the pairing of a scanner. We need the support for adding support for pairing scanner printers, since the typical use case will have the scan-specific TXT keys added to the printer and the printer DNS-SD name value coming from the printer. IPP scanners generally will not have their own DNS-SD records, since they are paired with printers. IPP scanner registration do the same TXT printers and scan-specific keys. IPP scanner registration consists for the pairing API to associate the scanner with the printer. So moving on to the API, in the API I have just included a function Papal printer set scanner with the 2 pointers corresponding to the respective counterparts of the printer and the scanner. And then the DNS-SD code is working for a null pointer to know whether to do a separate advertisement or just tag the scanner onto the printer's TXT records. With respect to adding the scanner TXT keys to the printer registration, a function named add scanner values with the counterpart with pointer to the scanner is added, and we are calling this function from the scanning registration part, which will return the TXT keys. And the logic which I have worked on the API was, first part, if printer and scanner are already paired, then it will simply return. If printer is paired already to a scanner, then we'll unpair the printer and the scanner and re-register and register scanner as a standalone service. If scanner provided, then we'll pair the printer and scanner and unregister the scanner, and then finally re-register printer. Moving ahead with the scanner properties. The client polls the scanner's properties with the getPrinter_attributes IPP request on the scanner URI. The scanner application knows the properties of the scanner it is serving for and uses and answers appropriately to the client's request. To expand on this, there are a couple core options that are important. Some of the attributes, one being the document format accepted, which controls the format of the scan data. The client provides one or more formats that it understands. The second one being the input attributes, which controls what you want scanned. This consists of several member attributes providing the color mode, scan, area or media, resolution, and source, among other more esoteric settings. And for these properties, Papal scanner T object is implemented and scan-specific header files are added with the updated attributes and capabilities of a scanner, like changing print to input, and a few modifications in the capabilities which I came across were no supplies for scanners, the LPD and AppSocket services aren't exposed for scanners, no raw or USB gadget stuff either, no raw listeners or USB for scanning, no print content optimized for scanning, no identify actions for scanners, and equivalent driver functions are added for scan using same backend as that in printing. Now, finally moving towards the scan job. When the client sees the scanner, then the client sees a scanner it can scan on. The user sets options like scan area, resolution, quality, color, ADF mode, etc. and requests the scan. The client sends appropriate commands to the scanner application. If the scanner application uses SANE, it calls appropriate SANE backend with the user's option settings to obtain the scan from the physical scanner. It answers the client's request together with streaming back the scan image data, converted using a filter function, in case the format returned by the SANE backend is not a standard format of IPP scan. The protocol sequence on IPP is, first of all, the client sends a create job request with document format accepted, which I have discussed previously, and input attributes to start scanning. The scanner returns a job ID value in the response. The client then sends one or more getNext document data requests to read the scan data back. Depending on the format of the data, the scanner either returns all of the pages or images in the scan, or the current page or image. And finally, when all pages or images are scanned, the responses to the getNext document data request will contain the last document operation attribute with the value of true. And we are done. Finally, thank you.
Any questions? Any suggestions?
Okay. So any questions in general or any other topic that anyone would like to discuss? Maybe we can take it up. Since the chat section is off, we are
Yes,
probably not
nothing is
able to
coming
see
in there.
if
We
there
can
is.
see it, but no
Right.
post there. The last post is mine from testing before the meeting.
Right. So, so if there are no other questions or any other topic to discuss on, maybe we can adjourn for the day.
Yes, I think so. It seems also that Mike did not make it to come back. So I think for the common print dialogues and these questions, we should tomorrow start a thread. It's very unfortunate that Mike did not have time to stay with us.
Right. Maybe we can start discussing over the email, our typical mode of communication. And
Yes.
probably I think it will be better if we can create a Slack group or something, so that we have the discussions over there and those are not lost in the piles of emails or something.
Yes, and at least when we do the communication correctly on the open printing architecture mailing list, these are archived, and I'm linking all the interesting discussions every month on the news post.
Right.
And
Thank you everyone for joining the session. Thank you Till, thank you Bhavna, thank you Mike for your wonderful sessions. So this is we should discuss more with the emails or in our monthly meetings. And special thanks to the Linux Plumbers committee for allowing us to participate or for accepting our MC request for over the last 3 years. And it has helped us a lot in coming up with some wonderful discussions to decide on the future of open printing. So I think we are almost done today. Unless anyone have any questions, we will adjourn.
yes, and also thank you very much to everyone participating today for the fruitful discussion. Avik, Mike, Bhavna, and also Zdenek, and also to the organization team of the Linux Plumbers Conference to set up this nice, great infrastructure for us so that we can have this meeting and also broadcasting this meeting so that anyone could have watched it live and also anyone could watch it later on YouTube. So
Right.
It is a lot of help for us for open printing to get forward. Also, I hope to inspire people to join us and to contribute to code and other resources to us to get forward, turning our ideas reality.
That's correct.
And so
Okay.
after 21 years of open printing, everything will go on, and we will especially have a great Ubuntu 24.04 LTS with CAPS 3.0 and the new architecture.
That's correct.
Thank you guys for the conference, and thank you, Avik, for inviting me here. And it was a great experience. Nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, nice to talk to you as well, Zen.
And I'm currently send you the notes from the conference, Avik.
Yeah, and special thanks to
Thank you
you
very much for the notes,
keeping the notes.
Zdeněk.
You're welcome. No problem.
Okay, thank you, Thorsten, and thank you, Peter, for your participation as well.
Yes, Thorsten, thank you very much also for listening in and getting everything what's new and what's on and what are the problems with printing and open printing. Welcome in the club of open printing.
Thank you very much for all the information I got today. It's really interesting.
Thank you.
Hey guys,
And let us have a great collaboration in the future.
Hey guys, thank you very much for inviting me. It was great, inspiring experience.
Yeah, Peter was here in our first LPC in 2019 in Portugal.
Yes,
in Lisbon.
yes. He had a great tourist guide.
Yes, it's true.
Yes, I hope you like the little Portuguese restaurant.
Oh yeah,
Where the
I like it.
waiters do not
I like it
speak
very
English.
much. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you everyone, and have a nice day or have a good night. Enjoy.
Thank you guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
You are currently the only person in this conference.